Good afternoon. On behalf of Mayor Harnick, I, Neve Ortega, Deputy City Clerk, convene the Palm Desert City Council, successor agency to the Palm Desert Redevelopment Agency, and Palm Desert Housing Authority meetings for July 14th, 2022. We did not receive any public comments for closed session items. If you would like to speak on a closed session item, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature on the Zoom app. Seeing no raised hands, the meeting is adjourned to closed session at 2:31. Thank you. Good afternoon. The City Council continues to meet in closed session and expects to resume open session at approximately 4:15 p.m. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, is everybody ready to go? Almost.
Is Councilmember Nastandi not joining us today?
She is not.
Okay.
I'll give a couple more minutes. There we go. Okay, we're ready to go. We'll now call to order, or actually adjourn the meeting, the Palm Desert City Council successor agency to the Palm Desert Redevelopment Agency and Housing Authority meeting for Thursday, July 14th, 2022. And let's see, where are we? We'll have roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Present.
Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Presente.
Mayor Harnick.
Here.
And Councilmember Nastandi is absent today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and the inspiration. And the inspiration will be from Karina Quintanilla. So please, everyone, stand if you can and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, and with liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon, everyone. My invocation and inspiration today comes from the environment. We must be the most conservative stewards of our environment. This morning, I attended the Salton Sea Action Board meeting, and they made some great points. If we don't have water, we don't have agriculture. If we don't have water, we don't have lithium. And as a region, we're looking forward to all of the innovations that we can bring, but it takes every single one of us to make every single drop count so that we can have water where we need it. We can save water together, we can save power together, and collaboratively, we can save the planet for future generations to come. We acknowledge that water is our most precious resource, and that's what we've got to do. Each drop helps. Be sure to tighten your water faucets, be sure to turn off all the lights and unplug everything that you're not using. Again, every volt and every drop counts.
Okay, thank you. Was there a report from closed session? Attorney Hargreaves.
Yes, there is. First of all, the council had requested a report from the Sheriff's Department regarding its preparedness to deal with an active shooter situation, and that inadvertently got left off the agenda, so it was added back onto the agenda. We did have a report. And then as far as reportable actions on the other ones, on the item B2, which is a exclusive negotiating agreement for Monterey Crossing, that was approved by the council on a 5-0 vote. The other items, direction was given on the other real estate items, direction was given, but no reportable actions were taken. On the Monsanto settlement, the city, once again, by unanimous vote, authorized participation in that settlement. And that's all the reportable actions that were taken.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we will now move to awards presentation and appointment. And our first one, A, is the progress to end homelessness update by Coach. I'm sorry. I'm gonna backtrack a little and ask our city clerk, please, to give us some housekeeping instructions.
Yes, Madam Mayor and the community, for those on Zoom, if you want to participate in public comment, please click on the raise hand button on your screen or smartphone. If you are joining the meeting on your phone by dialing in, please hit *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute yourself. Please keep your comment to no more than 3 minutes and begin by stating your full name for the record. And in addition, please be advised on today's agenda, item 3A is consideration of reestablishing the President's Plaza 1 Property and Business Improvement District. Ballots may be dropped off with the city clerk at the Administrative Services Building at City Hall until such time as the public hearing is closed. Anyone with questions may call the city clerk's office at 760-776-6402. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we will go to awards presentation appointments. And I do want to note that I do see an attendee with their hand up, and I'm assuming that's for public, non-agendized public comments, and that does come a few later in our agenda. So now we'll go to the progress to end homelessness update by Coachella Valley Rescue Mission. Is there someone to give us that report?
Madam Mayor, I'm not seeing the two representatives, Kimberly McKinley and Scott Wolf, in the room, but we do have the representatives for the other.
Okay, so thank you for that. We will move to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. They are in the room now.
There they are. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, can we please, we look forward to your presentation. You are on mute. Oh, there you are. We see you.
Good afternoon, everybody. How are you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council? We thank you very much for allowing the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission to join the City Council meeting today. You know, it's been quite a while since we've all seen each other in person with everything that's been going on in the world. And we just kind of wanted to reach out to you folks and say hello again. And it's really a pleasure to reconnect with everybody. We just wanted to give an update. Anthony, do we have the slideshow up? There we go. There we go. Anthony, if you would be so kind, I know that we're pressed for time here. I just want to get right into this. Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, as you know, we've been around for going on 52 years. We've got a new facility that we've been in for the last 10 years. We're open. Even with COVID happening over the last couple of years, we've done our best to make sure that all our clients are safe, happy, and healthy. And we're just moving forward. And we just want to give you an update on what we're doing. Anthony, next slide, please. You know, we have our emergency annex out in the back, which acts just like an ER of a hospital. That's where people can come in. We do our initial assessments there. We have the ability to refer to outside agencies for things that don't fall outside of our scope of service, of course. And they have access to a medical clinic on site. And we're doing everything we can to funnel everybody into long-term programs or refer them to outside services as needed. Next slide, please. Of course, we have our Women and Family Shelter, of course, which is a very important part of what we do here at the Rescue Mission. We want to make sure at any cost that we never leave a mom and her kids out on the street. So we have, right now, we have about 14 kids with their moms here, ranging in age from 16 years old all the way down to infants. Next slide, please. Of course, one of our long-term programs is our Gateway program that lasts anywhere between 3 to 6 months. It's all about making sure that we give everybody a hand up, folks, and not a handout. Job skills training, counseling, income and financial responsibility classes, things like GED and high school diploma classes, computer literacy. We're running the gambit on making sure that everybody has the skills and the tools necessary to make sure that they can succeed once they leave. Next slide, please. Of course, we have our New Life program as well, which is our faith-based component. The clients have an option to go into the New Life program. It's not a requirement, but we do have quite a few of our clients that are taking part in that. Next slide, please. Of course, we also have our famous kitchen. We're serving well over 300,000 meals a year. One of the things that we depend on for the community support is all the food that we serve, of course. So we enjoy partnering with so many different restaurants and grocery stores around the valley. It enables us to not only serve the meals, but also distribute food boxes to needy families from all over the valley. And then, of course, one of our job skills training programs is Mission Catering, which I'm sure that you folks have heard of before. We are doing quite a bit of business with Mission Catering, which enables the clients to learn the food service industry, and they are actually quite successful in hiring clients out into the different restaurants and hotels and resorts. It's been very successful. And not only that, but they also are able to get their food handlers cards and even possibly move up to a Serve Safe certification if they so choose. Next slide, please. One of the things that's been a new thing that we are enjoying is our street outreach program. This photo is, of course, of one of our 2 outreach trucks, and we also have portable shower trailers that we're setting up command centers around the valley. This is where we are meeting the most need, is out on the streets, folks. This is something that we've gone into full-time now. And we're going out 5 days a week, going out anywhere from Banning to Blythe. It just all depends on where we're at on a certain day of the week. But the goal of this program is to build trust, familiarity, and rapport with the clients that are out in the bushes, out in the parks, under the bridges. So finally, when they're ready, we can actually have them make that choice. They want to come back to the rescue mission, they can jump right in the truck and we'll take them right to the rescue mission. And it's been very successful. Next slide, please. Of course, we are very, very grateful to have a full-time medical clinic on site, which helps us with medical assessments. We have a social worker, we have a drug and alcohol counselor on site. And it's all about making sure that the clients are able to be assessed when they first come in and also get a continuity of care while they're here. Next slide, please. And of course, we have our New Life Resale Boutique, which is a job skills training program, but also provides very, very high quality used, gently used goods at reasonable prices to our community as well. Next slide, please. Anthony, this is a video that I'd like to show the City Council.
This is Kristen.
Anthony, this video does have sound.
Yeah.
Turn to the next slide.
Maybe they could hear it on there.
Be very short, very sweet, very short, sweet. They can see the slide. They can see the slide. They can step off.
So I'm gonna do her house and treasure and mention.
Okay, Anthony, next slide, please. Were you folks able to hear the video, the audio on
No,
that?
and I know you were frustrated with that, and pictures worth 1,000 words. The videos were worth more, and the smiles we can't put a value on.
Okay,
So,
so
but I would ask you, if you'd like, if you can provide us with a link at another time where we can go through our computers and take a look at it. That would
Yes,
be
ma'am.
most appreciated.
And Madam Mayor, this last slide that we want to share with you basically is just some information about how the Coachella Valley Rescue Mission has affected the city of Palm Desert. Of course, 49 unduplicated individuals with program services that were self-reported from the city of Palm Desert came to the rescue mission, got into our shelter, and of course, all the other added things that we provide, such as weekly food boxes, the street outreach. But the one thing that I want to impart to the city council, of course, Madam Mayor, is that over the last couple of years, you know, CDRM is just like all the other nonprofits in the Valley. We have seen a significant drop in public support and resources, and the average cost of a bed night of shelter has risen. And we're just asking the city of Palm Desert to be aware of that. And moving forward into the future, we hope that you will continue to support us the way that we need to continue providing the services that we provide that are so important to the Coachella Valley. Next slide, please. Any questions, Madam Mayor?
Are there any questions or comments? Okay, I see none. Thank you for the good work that you do. It's one of those things, one size does not fit all. And so CVRM brings a lot to certain people and helps a lot of people. And we thank you for that.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity to come before the city council. We really do appreciate it. You folks have a great rest of your evening, and thank you very much.
Please feel free to send us that link so we can take a look at it.
Yes, ma'am. We'll send it to Anthony for distribution to the council. Thank you so
That
much.
would be great. Thank you.
All right, have a good evening.
Okay, we will now go to B, which is Mosquito Control Treatment Update by Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. Hi,
Oh, can everybody hear me?
we can hear you.
Perfect. Anthony, would you please start the slideshow? Okay, as he's getting that up, my name is Tammy Gordon. I'm the Public Information Manager for the Coachella Valley Mosquito and Vector Control District. And I'm just going to run through some of the work that we'll be doing in Palm Desert this summer. Next slide, please. I'd like to start off by thanking Councilmember Karina for her inspirational thought. Just as every drop counts for agriculture, every drop counts for us in mosquito control. This is particularly important because what we're working with right now is an invasive species called the Aedes aegypti. And this species can actually grow and breed in water as small as a tablespoon of water. It's an urban mosquito. It can develop, like I said, in just that tablespoon, and it is very cryptic in where it likes to breed. Because it's an urban, it likes to go in backyards, which is inherently difficult for us to get to for access reasons. Because of that small amount of water, it breeds in things like plant saucers, fountains, ornamental fountains, and even dog dishes that are left outside too long. It does not transmit disease at this point in California, but diseases like Zika, dengue, and chikungunya are just one bite away. Next slide, please. So we are going to be doing helicopter treatments this summer. We'll start on Saturdays, July 23rd, and we'll go straight through for 6 weeks, and then we'll go every other week through September 24th. The area is generally considered South Palm Desert, so Highway 11, Portola, Indian Hills Way, and the mountains is where that will be. The product that we'll be using is approved for organic applications. It's registered with the EPA, and it's also part of the California Department of Pesticide Regulation, and it's intended to reduce this invasive mosquito population over time by getting larva stage mosquitoes. Next slide, please. So where can you get more information for your residents? Next slide, please. We've started a custom web page for residents of Palm Desert that you can find what the completed applications look like if there are any different issues, some frequently asked questions, and you can get there by going to cvmosquito.org/Palm Desert. Next slide, please. We do think this is a community effort. As I said, these are cryptic sources that go in backyards. So we really need the community's help in trying to get rid of this mosquito. And it is as easy as dumping out the water that you see. After you're done watering your plants once a week, feel free to empty out those saucers underneath, and that can drastically reduce any of the mosquitoes that we have in our area. Also do things like scrubbing your bird baths every week. That will take care of any of the eggs that those mosquitoes lay and won't harm any of the other wildlife around. Anything that stands stagnant water for more than about 3 days is at risk to start breeding. So refreshing that water, making sure things are clean is the most important part. Next, please. We also have a notification system. So if we have something like West Nile virus that is active right now in the East Valley, we do email blasts to let you know where it's at and what kind of response we are having. So you're more than welcome to sign up for that. Next slide, please. That is all the information I have for you. I'm more than willing to stay here for questions, and that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments? Okay, I do see one. Yes, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is in regards to the spraying. Will there be plans to spray additional parts of the city, or how will that be rolled out?
So for this year, we did do an application series a couple of years ago in Palm Desert as well. All of the applications that we do are based off our science. So we use our trap count number. So the abundance that's very high. We go off of resident calls. So who is noticing the mosquito more when they're outside. And we do what our operations team finds. So we put all of that together, and that's how we decide how to do applications. So at this point, we aren't planning on doing any additional treatments in Palm Desert. However, if a resident does have an issue at their residence, part of their service as a taxing district in which we are, we come to your house at no charge and we'll do an inspection and give you advice, show you what to do. If you have any problems, we'll treat if necessary. So that's always something that's available for any of our residents.
Thank you. That's great info.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I've had them out to my house. They've been terrific, and I thank you for the service.
Thank you so much.
They were very helpful. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Okay, and I will turn this, the website over to our Engage Palm Desert or to one of our appropriate websites, and we'll make sure that it's on there.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, this time we will go to city manager comments, please.
Thank you, Mayor Harnick. We have a few items tonight. We'll get through as quickly as we can. The first one is, I believe, Martine Alvarez and Sean Muir are going to give us a quick overview of our North Sphere Park update. Recently met with a number of residents to review the potential plans for that North Sphere Park update. And we wanted to be sure that we shared that with council and the public, as well as get some feedback regarding additional community input in that particular area. So I'll turn it over to Martine.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Martine Alvarez. I'm the Director of Development Services. And as the City Manager indicated, I'd like to go through a couple slides to give you an update of recent activity and developments in the northern part of Palm Desert, and also discuss some of the ongoing discussions for the Northern Sphere Park. So let me do a quick screen share. And can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay. So as indicated by the city manager, we met with some residents of the North Palm Desert. We also included communications to all the community that we were holding a town hall meeting on June 28th. We held an in-person meeting at the Palm Desert iHub. We had about 20 to 30 residents show up. And the main focus of this town hall meeting was to give, as indicated earlier, an update on what's happening in North Palm Desert, and then what's the status of the North Sphere Park site. The first thing that we discussed with the residents was just a quick update of all the activity, development activity currently underway in the northern part of Palm Desert. As you can see on the map that we also provided this slide deck in your agenda packet. Currently, there are approximately 2,000 units, residential units in North Palm Desert. We have about 3,300 that are currently approved. You see the current codings there. The blue is I'm sorry, the green is approved. The blue is under construction, which is approximately 800 units. And then we have another 1,600 current units, both multifamily and single family, that are currently under review. So there is a lot of activity, a lot of different movement in this area. And in total, we're estimating that we could end up with about 7,700 residential units in this part of Palm Desert. The other area that we covered with the residents that came to our town hall meeting was just to give them an update of, the planning for North Palm Desert has been going on for over a decade. With the planning process and the city council's approval over the years, there have been multiple master plans and specific plans that have been approved. The very first one you see at the very top is the Millennium Specific Plan that included 27-acre regional park. To the left of that is the Genesis residential development that's currently built out. And then currently we have in this area as well, approximately another 500 multifamily units that are being planned and actually approved. This one here is approved, which is the Millennium Apartments. And then the 10-acre site here, which is the Palm Communities, currently under review for approximately 240 units. So we're seeing a lot of activity finally, coming to life for the master plan and Millennium specific plans that are going on. Also below that to the south, we have the University Neighborhood Specific Plan. You currently will see at the corner of Portola and Gerald Ford in this location here, the first phase of the University Park Master Plan that's currently under construction. Future phases that you see here that are colored in will continue to grow in the next few years. And then we also wanted to point out that the successor agency owned 170-acre site that's also part of this University Neighborhood Specific Plan. That's also approved units, but yet to be sold and developed. So I bring that just for context to give you an idea of what's happening in this area and how these master plans are finally coming into fruition. Where are we today? In February of this year, the City Council authorized our public works staff to begin to release a request for proposals to begin to bring aboard a design team that would help us design a future regional park in this area. In conjunction with the Parks and Recreation Committee and Commission, we're going to include community engagement and to vet forward what is the needs from a recreational standpoint for this northern area and what are the needs for a regional park in North Palm Desert. That RFP has been released. We're currently in review of proposals and a recommendation for award of a consultant team. We'll bring that back to you in August of this year. In March of 2022, the Parks and Recreation Commission met and appointed a 4-member regional park subcommittee. As they started to look at the regional park, they noticed that there's some potential issues with that 27-acre park, mainly that potentially it may not be large enough. The configuration of the lot being more linear proves to be a challenge. Also, the location surrounded by neighborhoods create congestion, traffic, noise that you would normally see potentially impacts from a regional park. And so with that, in May of this year, the City Council authorized us to just look at options for an alternate site, a site that may be larger, a site that be better suited to meet the needs of a potential large regional park. We did do that due diligence. We looked at multiple sites in North Palm Desert and came back with the City Council with a couple of recommendations, which I'll show here in a minute. But in the process of this town hall meeting, we wanted to get input from the community, specifically on the 27-acre site, to see if they had any concerns, any items that we wanted to identify as potential challenges. And the feedback that we got from the community in this area that met with us were pretty similar to the concerns that was raised by the Parks and Recreation Commission. They were concerned potentially with traffic, the location of the park, circulation issues. They were concerned with large lit ball fields that would potentially provide nighttime use and light infiltration into their residential units. They're also concerned with this being a site that might be a large gatherings for tournaments that would create a lot of activity that would be sort of congested into this location. So we did get that feedback, which is also what we used to identify a potential site. What we're doing now is basically once we hire the consultant in August, if the city council approves it, we're going to proceed with a community-wide engagement plan for an assessment of what are the needs for the community from a recreational activity standpoint. And we're also going to engage directly with the property owners and residents of the Millennium Specific Plan, which is the area that surrounds the 27-acre park. There are some potential options that we could pursue, potentially looking at modifying that park site to more of a community park. There's an option for us to potentially use some of that site for our drainage needs that we have in the northern part of Palm Desert. But we really want to engage the community with the help of the consultant to see what the ultimate needs are for the larger site. One site that we did identified as a potential, nothing has been decided. We want to make that clear, but this will be a part of the evaluation from our consultant. There are approximately 35 to 40 acres that is currently located on Frank Sinatra and east of Coachella here in the green. That is a site that is controlled by our successor agency, and a site that potentially could have a little more, the size and configuration for a large regional park. So what we want to do is once we hire the consultants, we want to begin that community engagement. We want to engage with the surrounding property owners, the Genesis community specifically for the 27 acres, and just seek that input from them so we can make the best decision moving forward. And we want to bring all of these recommendations back to the Parks and Recreation Subcommittee, and ultimately to the Parks and Recreation Commission as well. And then ultimately we bring those back to the City Council for final determination as to where the best potential site is for the large regional park and what are the amenities that potentially could fit within the 27-acre site within the Millennium Specific Plan. So we're here to answer any questions. If you have any direction for us, we'd be happy to take that as well.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions, any comments regarding this? Okay, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. First off, the absolute thank you to staff. This was a big undertaking to gather all of this information. I attended the meeting with residents, and this is a very concise summary of what their concerns were. And I think they walked away with the sense that they were at least listened to. And staff was very, very clear to say no promises. And so I think they appreciated the opportunity to be heard. So deep thanks to staff.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I see none. So can we move to the presentation on maintenance activities by Public Works Department?
Yes, we will. And I believe Andy Ramirez is here to provide that to you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Andy Ramirez, Deputy Director of Public Works. And this brief presentation to you is in regards to our sand blowing issues into the right-of-way and the city's response. I'm going to be sharing my screen here to share with you the presentation. Can everybody see this?
Yes.
Okay, so over the spring and summer months, heavy winds hit our city, in particular the North Sphere, Frank Sinatra northward, gusts exceeding 50 miles per hour. And so as a result of this, Public Works crews responded in full force to remove high levels of sand buildup, anywhere from a half inch up to 3 feet. And wanted to share with you that between April and June, the crew spent about 36 days dedicated strictly to removing sand. And as of a few weeks ago, they removed 400 plus tons of sand from the right-of-way in our city in the North Sphere. And so I want to thank our team for the hard work. As you can see here on these pictures, we have heavy equipment owned by the city, also some rental equipment. The staff was very, very quick in obtaining all the needed materials and equipment to take away the sand. This next picture kind of shows you some areas where the sand floated well into the street. And you can see the after picture, how clean it was after a crews tackled the sand. Here's another sample of this on Miriam Street. And you have the before and after picture before you. Here's Dinah Shore here on this between Miriam and Key Largo. And again, just a proactive approach from our public works team. This location is right in front of the Genesis HOA. And you can see how the team was able to remove just immense amounts of sand. There's another picture of that. I share all of this to also let you know that on June 28th, we had a little town hall meeting with Genesis HOA, and we wanted to share with them what our long-term solution is to help mitigate these efforts of sand blowing into the right-of-way. And so a preferred solution to mitigate this is to install 6-foot high chain link fencing with high commercial grade windscreens. And so we've identified the locations that you can see on your screen. This is roughly 7,700 lineal feet of area that will help reduce dramatically the amount of sand going into the right-of-way. And so when we presented this to the residents of the North Sphere, in particular the Genesis HOA, they gave 2 thumbs up, and we're hoping to go out to bid on this by tomorrow. And so you'll see that in the consent calendar as part of our staff report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, I see none. And
Madam Mayor, I just have one quick clarification. Is this essentially the same thing that we're going to have that's in item, what is it, in the consent calendar E?
Yes.
Thank you.
We had this conversation at Coachella Valley Association of Governments Transportation Committee, because they have an ongoing program, of course, with street sweepers. And, you know, there are people out there with shovels and with all sorts of utility vehicles. But I had asked, why was it so extreme this year? And of course, we had more wind events, but the fact that we haven't had rain in a while, it didn't create that shell that has been created in the past that kept the blow sand down. And we have less vegetation also due to the lack of rains, which also helps keep the blow sand. So they recognize the issue. They're working on it. I know the city's always been working on it. So thank you for all of this information. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I see none. And are there any other comments from the city manager?
2 quick comments. I would like to ask Barbara Blythe to fill in for Thomas Soul real quickly and give you a couple of updates, and then one more additional item.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. It is my pleasure to fill in today for Thomas Soul, who is along with other staff members at a conference this week. If we were in Paris, we would be celebrating Bastille Day, but it's not Paris, it's Palm Desert. It's summer, and we do have a few events, though, that we want to tell you about. Next Tuesday, July 19th, from 9 until 11 a.m., the Palm Desert Sheriff Department is inviting everyone to enjoy coffee with a cop, and that's going to be held at the Starbucks on El Paseo at San Pablo. Out on the patio, wear your shorts, and maybe have an iced coffee. 1 week from today, Thursday, July 21, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. This is not a City of Palm Desert event, but we strongly encourage everyone to support Sunline Transit Agency as they hold their 8th annual Pack the Bus school supply drive. And that is going to be held, and that's benefiting the Coachella Valley Boys and Girls Club. And that's held in front of the Walmart here in Palm Desert. You can't miss the bus. Just bring school supplies, stuff them in there, and keep bringing them. Saturday, July 23rd. Now, this is a Palm Desert event because this is when the city of Palm Desert is going to hold its big blood drive. That's part of the 9 cities, Lifestream's 9 cities blood drive challenge. Now, this event started off as just a friendly competition between cities to see who can get the most blood donations per capita. But it's really a meaningful way to bolster dwindling blood supplies here in the summer months. So we strongly encourage, once again, people to join us. And as I said, that date is Saturday, July 23rd. The time is 8 a.m. till 2 p.m. And it's at the Palm Desert Community Center here at the Civic Center Park. Now, if for some reason you can't make that July 23rd date, hey, you're not off the hook. You can make an appointment to donate blood at any other location at any other date through August, and just ask it to be credited to the City of Palm Desert account, as it were. And for more information on that and to make your donation appointment, visit lstream.org, and you can do that all there. Lastly, and hey, we do love our coffee here. So that's one thing we have in common with Paris, right? So we do love our coffee here in Palm Desert. We do have another Coffee with the Mayor event coming up on Wednesday, August 3rd. That one is going to be at 9 a.m. at the Palm Desert iHub on Cook Street. Now, for more information on any upcoming events that are happening in Palm Desert, visit discoverpalmdesert.com. For more city news, we encourage you to visit cityofpalmdesert.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, my last item tonight is this will be our Assistant City Manager, Andy Firestein's last council meeting. He's starting a new position at the City of Escondido shortly. And I just wanted to thank Andy for the help with the transition and all the steadying force and great work he's done with bringing our public works team together. So thank you for everything you did, Andy.
We wish you the best, but we're not happy you're leaving. I mean, I spoke for myself, I think. Anybody have any comments you'd like to share with Andy? Yes, please, Kathleen.
Andy.
You can make them uncomfortable.
How long have you been with us?
Almost 3 years.
3 years, and you've had a huge impact in that time. You've tackled an immense number of very, very challenging, thorny issues and patiently unraveled them. You've been a steady presence for calm and deliberate attention. I personally deeply appreciate your contributions to the city and will miss your dedication. So thank you for all you've done.
Hey, Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andy, what can I say? You were immensely helpful in being so informative and everything that I needed to know in coming on board, and I appreciate that very much. And you will not only be missed, but I'm hoping that the next steps, we're going to be by the ocean. So, I mean, hopefully everything will turn out and you won't miss the desert too much. Thank you for everything.
And Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Thank you. Well, enough has been said that you're already getting a big head. I can see it on my screen, so I don't want to add too much to it. But Andy, you're just a true professional, and during your brief time here, you absolutely made our city better. And I really, really appreciate that. When we see somebody of the caliber as you go away, the first part is we're sorry, and it's like, well, why is he going away? And the second part is we want to be happy for you, and I know this is a good decision for you in your life, and so of course we support that. Escondido's not far away. Stop by and say hello sometime, and good luck to you in your new adventure.
So I too want to say thank you, and everybody said so much already, and not much more I can say, but I do appreciate all you've done for our city, my home, and all the projects you've brought together, and I'll just miss you. So thank you for all you've done.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Council. It's been a pleasure working for this great community, and this is a great time in the city's history, and it's sad to be leaving at this point, but I will be looking forward to seeing all the great things that we're planning and talking about come to execution And I wish this organization, this community, nothing but success in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you so much. Okay, on that note, we'll go to council member reports and requests for action. Can we start with Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan?
Oops, that was quick. I don't have any actionable items from the committees and commission and other organization meetings that I attended, but I do have one, and I'm not sure, maybe two requests for action. One of the requests that I had was for staff to review the feasibility of the matching program with CVWD for the turf removal program. But that was discussed briefly earlier in study session. So do I need to make that a request, or Todd, will that be coming back to us for consideration?
Amy will bring that back to you in the next couple of months.
Okay. So the other request that I have, earlier this afternoon during study session, we were presented an update about the city's draft environmental initiatives tracker, which addresses current and proposed projects. I would like to ask staff to please include in that analysis the possibility of the city opting into the desert community energy, the carbon-free option for all of its municipal accounts.
Let's support that.
That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It seems like I'm on a green kick. Everything lately has been all about the environment. At the League of Cities environmental quality policy, it was great to see all of the bills that are coming through, all of the environmental regulations, and to know the city of Palm Desert is actually ahead of the game. We already knew that, but it was great to hear from our peers across the way. I wanted to share that even in the Cultural Arts Commission, everything, or one of the things we talked about was an item called Future Fossils, or Fossils of the Future, currently on El Paseo now, which will be located or relocated to the park. So that's another way of having a multi-generational impact. And I had another note. I was able to attend and fill in for Mayor Pro Tem at a DCE meeting, and I could keep going, but that's the gist of what I've had, and thank you.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I made a request about 4 meetings ago, and it must have been too oblique because I think it's gotten lost in the shuffle. I haven't seen it on the weekly updates, but the request flowed from the frequency with which homes are being purchased by absentee owners, investors who may rent the homes long term. And I've heard from a number of residents that they're frustrated trying to secure contact information when they need to communicate with an adjoining residents about a fence repair or any of the other routine things they come up with neighbors. So the specific request is to see whether other cities have a process or ordinances that simply require absentee owners to give neighbors contact information in these circumstances, or if there is some preferable way that we can address this concern. So, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple things. There were our city's 4th of July celebration was wonderful. And there are estimates that we had 10,000 people at the park. It was great to see families from all over the valley come enjoy Civic Center Park, and it was outstanding. Our staff at Palm Desert did a great job of putting this together. And it was, I got emails from many people about how much they enjoyed it and how great it was. On Friday, this next Friday, the 22nd, not tomorrow, but the next one, there are a number of businesses in Palm Desert, and the city of Palm Desert also is having an outdoor worker day. So every day is a good day to thank an outdoor worker, because we know this is not optional work. It needs to be done. And whether it's our crews out fixing streetlights or maintaining our parks, it's always a good idea to say thank you. This is a tough time of year. So there are other businesses out in the city who are doing the same, and we're doing it. And I encourage any business, anybody, to make sure that they take the opportunity to thank an outdoor worker right now. And then last but not least, I hope you all had a chance to see in the Desert Sun today, actually front page above the fold, about the train. So yesterday at RCTC, we adopted the Tier 1 Environmental Impact Statement and Environmental Impact Report, which was released in summer of 21 after extensive public review and soliciting of feedback in every which way you can think of. And I know that many people from the Coachella Valley sent letters. Be sure that your voice gets heard in cases like this. It was adopted with 83% of all of the feedback they received quite favorable. And in all my time on RCTC, I have never seen a vote that after the vote was given and tallied up, the commission actually applauded. So this has been a long time in the coming. We still have a long way to go. We're talking about a triple track with the terminus in Coachella. It's exciting, and we'll be coming back to you again to have your voice heard on the Tier 2 EIR EIS. So that's what I have, and I thank everybody who supported the project. It's so important, and it's going to be just such a wonderful asset to our community and to our region. And actually, you know, the people in Corona know the traffic they get from people trying to go to the Coachella Valley. They'd much rather have them on a train. Okay, so that's what I have. So we will go to non-agendized public comments. These are for items not on the agenda. And I see 2 speakers. So please limit, we invite you to give up to 3 minutes of comments. Give your name and your address for the record. And we'll start with Ricardo Loretta. That's a really cute graphic.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. My name is Ricardo Loretta, and I'm a proud resident of Palm Desert and a friend of many leaders in this outstanding civic organization. I'd like to read a letter that I think is now probably in the record since I emailed it. But dear Honorable City of Palm Desert Council members, I am Ricardo Loretta, Chair of Rotary District 5330's Foundation Gala. 5330 is all of Riverside County and half of San Bernardino. Foundation Gala, and I bring you exciting news. On October 8th, we will be honored with a wonderful opportunity to host Rotary International's first ever woman president, 117 years. Jennifer Jones, at our annual fundraising gala. It will be held at the Westin Mission Hills Resort and is the first time a sitting worldwide Rotary president will have visited the Coachella Valley. Attendance will be in the 600 to 800 range, with confirmed attendance as of now from Rotarians and non-Rotarians from all over the world. Jennifer is a communications professional. Her powerful message calling for action in areas like finishing polio eradication, redoubling efforts for strengthening education in Africa, and especially important for us in the Coachella Valley, focusing even more on hunger and food insecurity will be impactful. As you know, Rotary and Palm Desert have a wonderful relationship. Your mayor, Jan Harnick, and immediate past mayor, Kathleen Kelly, and I believe others from previous years who are present in this meeting are proud Rotarians, and the Palm Desert Rotary Club has been a strong and valuable supporter of Palm Desert since the club was chartered in 1948, 25 years before the city was chartered. We would be honored if the city of Palm Desert would consider being an event sponsor at a very nominal level of $3,000 to $5,000. I welcome the chance to discuss this further, as this would be crucial for bringing international attention to our valley and attracting like-minded sponsors and attendees. A sizable portion of this fundraising will go to local needs, especially in the area of food security. I'm thrilled that Palm Desert Rotarians have been chosen to coordinate this historic event, and I'm hopeful you will agree that the unique opportunity this event offers is one we don't want to miss, and we can work together to make successful. Thank you.
Well, good timing. Thank you. And I want to remind everybody that on non-agendized items, due to the Brown Act, we cannot comment, but we welcome your input, and we can act later on these items. We'll go to the next one. I'm guessing it is Martin. And you have, please give your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. This is Martin Arredondo with Livestream Blood Bank. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you for this time. Barbara Blythe literally took the words out of my mouth regarding the 9 Cities Challenge and the Big City, Palm Desert Big City Blood Drive next Saturday. But I do want to share, if you want to see the current tally, how each city is doing, you can go to lstream.org/9cities. And if you'll notice, if you go there, that City of Palm Desert is actually in the lead. The Living Desert hosted a blood drive a week ago, and Revel in Palm Desert hosted one as well. And today, the RAP Foundation in Palm Desert hosted a blood drive, a very successful blood drive, which will bring the total probably tomorrow to about 50 pints of blood through the City of Palm Desert. So we'd like to collect at least that much at the Big City Blood Drive next Saturday. So that 1 hour you give to donate blood can mean a lifetime to the person who receives it. So please, give that time to donate blood next Saturday. Again, you can see the tallies on the website. You can also select the city, Palm Desert, to find out where other mobile drives are going on throughout the city if you can't make it to the Big City Blood Drive. But we encourage you to go to the Big City Drive, because we're going to have the resources, we're going to have the staff, we're just going to need the donors. So please stop on by. And again, thank you for doing this. It is a friendly competition. Palm Springs has won these last 2 times, with Palm Desert behind in 2nd place. I want to see Palm Desert really take it this time from Palm Springs. So thank you so much. Again, we look forward to seeing you next Saturday.
Thank you so much, Martin. And it should be noted that the most donations ever given during the 9 Cities blood drive was from Palm Desert. I just couldn't help it. Okay, the next is Tammy Martin.
Good afternoon, Tammy Martin, Executive Director for Friends of the Desert Mountains, located at 51500 Highway 74, Palm Desert. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members. I'd like to thank the City of Palm Desert for sponsoring the 2023 Coachella Valley Wildflower Festival. Your continued partnership with Friends of the Desert Mountains is greatly appreciated. With the support of the city and other partners, this event continues to grow. As we know from the 2022 festival, Mother Nature has a mind of her own. If we have partnered with the Desert Recreation District to make sure we have options if the weather takes a turn for the worse by taking our festival indoors. Thank you from Friends of the Desert Mountain board members, staff, and our very dedicated volunteers. As you know, without our volunteers, we could not pull this festival off. So thank you to the City of Palm Desert.
Thank you. Okay, do you see any other hands up for public, non-agendized public comment? And I see none. Okay, then we will move to the consent calendars, and all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. The public may comment on any items and within the 3-minute time limit. Is there anyone who would like to pull an item? And I see Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan. What would you like to pull?
Thank you, Mayor. If we could please pull item E, Echo, and N, November.
E and N. Are there any others that any other council members would like to pull or comment on? Okay.
I was going to pull E as well, but I know it's covered now.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? I see none. So why don't we go ahead? I'll entertain a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
I motion to approve the consent calendar.
So the consent calendar less E and
Minus
N.
E and N, right? With the exception of E and N.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
And Madam Mayor, staff is also requesting item 1T be removed.
Okay. Okay, thank you. We will, so we have E, N, and T.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you so much. Okay, so now we will go to E, which is receive and file an informational item related to blow sand issues from high wind events and authorize staff to solicit bids for wind fencing, and that will be Mr. Ramirez.
Thank you. Question on this item, Mr. Ramirez. So the staff report requests authorization to spend $300,000 on wind screening. Coincidentally, I owned property on Dinah Shore, and a couple of years ago was asked, I wouldn't say asked, was mandated, was required to install wind fencing on my property at my cost. And so my question to you, sir, is if the city has the authority to request wind fencing be done by private property owners, why is the city spending its own treasure on doing so?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your question. We've identified these areas, and there are a mixture of areas owned by the city, others by private property owners, and some of them have been untouched. And because of that not being touched, AQMD does not provide us any enforcement powers. I'm not sure exactly what happened in the past in your situation exactly, but I can tell you that we do not currently have those powers to force those types of private property owners to install this wind fencing that we're prescribing here. The other item I would like to share with you is that if we do look at another solution by working with each individual private property owner, it's going to extend definitely the time frame of a strong and quick result in getting these chain link fences and windscreen.
And I appreciate that. I'm not opposed to what's being proposed. I just think in the interest of fairness, it's important that the policy be applied uniformly. It would be unfair to have some property owners required to install fencing and pay for it, and then others to receive fencing on their property for the city's good, but provided by the city. And it sounds to me like you're saying the policy is now being applied consistently.
It is, and please note that once a property owner makes any touches that soil in any shape or form, obviously that's when the enforcement powers get started. One last item I wanted to share with you and the council is that we would be installing the fencing and the windscreen on the city public right of way. And so we're not in need of any easements. These are areas that belong to the city.
Thank you very much. Mayor, I don't know if you wanted to finish with this one before going to the next one, but I have no objection.
Okay, it's quick. Why don't we just move approval and
Can I ask a follow-up question, Madam Mayor?
Oh, of
In
course.
seeing the maps and the areas outlined, are the fences going to be of the same height? I see that there are some areas that are in, of course, the very high wind corridor, and a few that I think they're in the east. Will the fence height be the same?
The short answer is yes. All of it will be 6 feet or so, but we're going to go ahead and put the screening all the way down to the floor and take it all the way up. There's some places where they actually cut into the screen and it just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, now I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, so N, extend by 1 year the sponsorship contract between the City of Palm Desert and Palm Springs Life for Fashion Week El Paseo and Palm Desert Food and Wine Festival for fiscal year 2022-23.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Thomas Soul, your Public Affairs Manager, and you have before you a staff report requesting 1 year extension to that agreement based on the fact that they had canceled the event and our sponsorship was greatly reduced. And Vanessa Mager and I are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mayor, if I might.
Go.
Okay. Mr. Soul, you must be on break from your meeting, so appreciate you joining us. My question to you is one of, from a perspective of financial integrity. We're being asked to approve an expenditure of $300,000, but we're apparently not going to get the financial report for the past event earlier this year until September. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with approving this size of an expenditure without seeing the financial results of the last event. Is there any way that we can get the financial report sooner and postpone approval of this item until after we've seen it?
Absolutely, I'm happy to ask them for that. Yes.
Okay, because it seems that by now they should have it. And so my preference, and I may be the only one here, unless there's an overriding urgency, is that we at least authorize, I think in the past, they've had the economic subcommittee review it because the numbers are fairly confidential. I would be more comfortable, again, I might be the only one, but I would be more comfortable reviewing the financial report for this past event before approving the additional expenditure of $300,000. And so I guess in the form of a motion, I would move that we postpone this, hopefully to that meeting in August, when by then we will have had an opportunity to review it. And if August is too early.
Can I ask if anybody else would like to discuss or comment? I think that would be appropriate.
Can you just entertain the motion from a point of order, please? And if there's not a second, we're done.
I will second.
Okay, so now discussion, please. Okay, so I think I want to add a little bit of clarity to this, because what had happened is we had already authorized, was it a 3-year contract?
A 5-year contract.
5-year contract. We've already authorized that. Unfortunately, COVID hit. So we didn't have it for 2 years.
2 years.
So we are just saying, let's take what we had already authorized, that we did 5 years. We weren't saying every year we must see or you don't get. And isn't it kind of appropriate thing to do. We skip 2 years, just add that on. We just kind of jumped over a couple years. We had already promised the funds. They didn't use the funds. We moved them to now coming up. I mean, we can delay it if you think that that is in the best interest of everyone concerned, but it seems to me that this is kind of a logical approach. Kathleen Kelly, please.
Let me state my perspective and then ask you, Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, to better inform me. My starting perspective, and the reason I didn't ask to pull this was that 2022 was such a different year that I can't imagine seeing numbers that would cause me to change the outcome on this proposal. Recognizing everything that the mayor just said, these have been great partners. To use the favorite term of art these days, they have pivoted and pivoted again to attempt to honor our desire to for this event to be recurring and of help in branding our city and attracting tourism. So my starting perspective would be to say, let's get this approved. Of course, we'll want to look at 2022 and what we can learn from that. But it would be hard for me to conceive of any 2022 scenario that would cause me to disapprove this proposal. So
Councilmember Keaton, are you okay? Councilmember Keaton, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo the sentiment that any reports for 2022 would have to be adjusted through the lens and context of where we are in contrast to previous years. Since we did not hold it for 2 years, is it possible to just extend that to the end of the original 5 years?
I think, is that what I think what we're doing, actually. Is that
okay?
accurate?
I must have misunderstood that you said bring them together.
Yeah, I think we're just moving those over. And, you know, to be able to tour the back, and I wish everybody had the opportunity to. I know Councilmember Kelly has, to see what they go through to put this together and the efforts they made to make it something that worked with COVID, and the extra they went through this last year was really impressive. Their efforts were really impressive. But again, I agree with both of you. It's hard to take what happened in 22 and say, well, that's going to be our standard going forward. But I hope that we can look at this and understand we're just, like you said, Councilmember Keaton, we're just taking it, moving the two we didn't have, we're moving them forward. Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly, and then I'm sure we can wrap it up. Look, from my perspective, this is not, you know, about how big a fan we are of this event, because I think we're all equally fans of the event and the individuals and the team that comes together and make it happen. So please don't misunderstand me. This is about prudent financial care of the city's resources. We're not talking about a sponsorship of $3,000 or $5,000. We're talking about $300,000. That money, in order to be spent, has to be approved by this council, whether it's the tail end of a contract or not. In the past, we have reviewed the finances as we should have before allowing the next year's round of funding. And the reason for that is partly to hold our partners' feet to the fire so that they know that, you know, we're looking at the numbers and we're looking at the dollars. And the second reason is, as with other sponsorships, we want to make sure that we're not simply creating a profit for a partner, but that we're in fact part of the funding mechanism for a successful event. If there were an issue like, oh no, they have to have a commitment today or it's not going to happen, then I would, you know, I would feel otherwise. But what I'm hearing is that there's no harm done. There's no harm done in postponing the approval of this matter until we've undertaken our appropriate fiduciary responsibility and reviewed the financial report for last year's event. Again, that's all I'm suggesting. I'm certainly, I would guess, as much a fan of this event and the team behind it as anyone on this council. Thank you.
I move to approve with the addition of additional financial reporting, but I do move to approve.
I would second that. Can we, can we have I think it would be prudent to have a date certain on that. Councilmember Quintanilla, would you be willing to provide that?
I think that by the next meeting, if it is at all possible, or if Mr. Soul has an idea of when or if it would be possible, I don't want to put staff through an unrealistic timeline.
I don't have an idea of when a date would be, but I'm certain that Palm Springs Life would be agreeable to at least having the Economic Development Subcommittee review that as soon as possible. So I'm happy to arrange that.
Okay, and so that was a substitute motion, and we vote on a substitute motion first. So can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you. Okay, and now we have T that the staff wanted to pull.
And I'm sorry, Mary, that's to remove it from the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have done the consent. Now, here is where we are going to go to 3A. And the next item is a public hearing for the reestablishment of President's Plaza 1 Property and Business Improvement District. A reminder that ballots may be dropped off with the city clerk at the Administrative Services Building at City Hall until such time as the public hearing is closed. Anyone with questions may call the city clerk's office at 760-776-6402. I'm going to repeat that. 760-776-6402. The public hearing for this proposed reestablishment is hereby officially opened. And I will now ask for the staff report, followed by public testimony, then city council comments and questions. And finally, of course, the tabulation of ballots. So can we have the staff report, please?
Great. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Chris Gary, Project Manager representing an interdepartmental team working on this project. As mentioned, today's public hearing is a consideration of ballot votes by property owners for the renewal of President's Plaza Property and Business Improvement District. And as of earlier today, city staffs received 29 ballots from property owners in this district. If the ballot votes are in favor of renewing the district this evening, staff has provided 3 recommended actions in the staff report for council's consideration. If the ballot votes are not in favor of renewing the district, council will consider approval of the first action and abandon any further actions at that time for the proposed district formation. Depending on the results of the vote, staff is preparing an action plan of next steps, which will be reported back to council before your next meeting in August. And staff is available for any additional questions as well.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions on this? Okay, seeing none, then we will open the public hearing at this point. It is now open, and anyone wishing to speak on this item should raise their hand, and I don't see any raised. Okay. I see no one. Do you have anyone wishing to speak?
I see no one, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Then before I close the public testimony portion, is there anyone else who'd like to speak? And I don't see anyone anywhere. I'm looking at all my little screens, and then seeing none, we will close the public testimony period at this time. But before I do, I want to make sure that everyone knows this is the last call for ballots to be submitted to the city clerk. So if you have not already returned your ballot or would like to change your previous vote, please see the city clerk at the Administrative Services Building. And we'll bring it back to the council for any questions or comments before we ask that the ballots are tabulated. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Okay, so I will close the public hearing and direct the city clerk or designee to open and tabulate the ballots returned. We will take, well, we're not going to take a recess unless this council would like a short recess.
Indeed.
Indeed. So we will.
Timely.
Okay, I'm glad.
I second that.
That's working for everybody. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute recess. And then when we return, we'll have the results. So I have 5:46. So why don't we just make it 6 o'clock? We've got a couple more minutes, yes. Okay, I think we can. We're all back from our short break. Will the city clerk please announce the results of the ballot tabulation and identify whether a majority protest exists or does not exist?
Madam Mayor and City Council, the landowners of record within the district as of the close of the public hearing held today did cast their ballots, the results of which are illustrated as total ballots cast for the assessment value of $139,440.42. Yes totaled $84,319.96. No totaled $55,120.46. Overall, that is a 60% yes and a 40% no. the majority protest fails, and council may adopt the resolutions if they so choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you heard the results. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution declaring the results as presented?
So
I,
moved.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mayor, if I could, we've had a team led by Chris Gary and Randy Bowman, Martine Alvarez, and Thomas Soul working on this project for months. And Chris particularly went and unwound 50 years or so of history on this project. So I just want to thank everybody for all the work they did in meeting with the community. It's been an intensive several months, and I just like to thank them for their efforts.
I think everyone shares in that as well, because there's been nothing easy about this, and we really appreciate the details and the information that we've been provided with. And I'm sure the property owners have benefited by the work that's been done as well.
And Madam Mayor, that initial motion adopted the resolution accepting the results. Could you do another motion to renew the PBID?
May I move to both item 2 and item 3 on the staff report, which includes authorization to the Director of Finance.
Thank you.
Second, or is that the substitute motion?
No, that's an additional.
Okay, I second.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Anthony.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0. Thank you.
thank you. And thanks for keeping me on track. Okay, we will now move to the action calendar. And item A, approve a resolution amending resolution number 2021-69, adopting authorized classifications, allocated positions, salary schedule, and salary ranges included herein and attached as Exhibit A for the unrepresented employees based on the classification and compensation study. Can we have a report, please?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable City Council members. My name is Andrea Staley, and I have the pleasure to serve as the HR manager for the City of Palm Desert. So today, staff is requesting approval to amend the resolution to adopt the classifications, allocated positions, salary schedule, and ranges for our unrepresented employees based on information from the most recent classification and compensation study. Staff is also requesting authorization for the city manager to take action to implement the new class and comp system for the unrepresented employee group. For reference, unrepresented employees are confidential employees, supervisors, managers, and executive employees. The staff report has the details regarding the request, including the process, timeline, and actions taken throughout the classification and compensation study that first started in September of this year. The request includes only the unrepresentative group due to the Palm Desert employee organization requesting to meet and confer over the class and comp study. The city's negotiations team is looking forward to a productive and informative meeting with the Palm Desert Employees Organization in August to discuss the study and address concerns with a goal to implement results for their group after the completion of the meet and confer process. Staff is available and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, I see none. Oh, yes, I do. Councilmember Kelly, please.
Public know the reason council is not asking questions now is that we've had ample chance to ask questions and be satisfied throughout this process. So thank you to staff for keeping us so well informed.
Well, I would second that, but we still need a motion.
I motion to approve.
Thank
Second.
you. Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla,
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
great. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll now move to B, approval of a 3% cost of living adjustment effective July 1st, 2022 for employees in the unrepresented groups and authorization for the city manager to implement the action. And I imagine it's you again.
It is. Hello again, Madam Mayor and honorable city council members. Today, staff is requesting approval to offer a 3% compensation increase, either through a COLA, which is a cost of living adjustment, or a lump sum effective July 1st, 2022 for the unrepresented employees. The staff report has the details regarding the request, including the justification for the request, which includes that the city of Palm Desert remains competitive employer within and outside of the Coachella Valley. The fact that other Coachella Valley cities are offering additional compensation, a 10% CPI for Riverside County, March to March. The staff report also includes justification for our unrepresented group of employees to either receive a 3% COLA or a 3% lump sum based on the results of the classification and compensation study, which was just adopted and approved. Since the COLA or lump sum is after the implementation of the classification and compensation study, the current request is to provide a COLA or lump sum to unrepresented employees only. Once again, staff is available and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, are there any questions or comments? I think the same holds true again, why there are no questions and comments. So I'll entertain a motion at this
I
time.
move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll go to 3, which is consideration of Desert Willow resident program changes. And who will be providing that report to us?
Will be me, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Veronica Chavez, your Director of Finance. Let me share my screen with you. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Over the years, the city has offered various programs at Desert Willow to provide opportunities for Palm Desert residents to enjoy the facilities at a discounted rate. Recently, city staff and Kemper staff got together and studied the resident programs offered to determine if any modifications could be made on what impacts would occur if additional opportunities for residents were provided. The programs that we studied were the Palm Desert Resident Card, the Champion Club League, Platinum Club Card, and Summer VIP Resident Card. There's a matrix up that shows all of the various nuances to each of those. Following various analyses, the programmatic changes that appear to demonstrate the right balance of viable growth with some additional opportunity cost are adjustments to the Champions Club and the Platinum Club Card. Under the Champions Club, staff is suggesting to go from $52, why am I not seeing it? 52 players to 72 players, my apologies. That change comes with a potential additional cost of just under $45,000 per year. Under the Platinum Club Card, why can't I say this? Platinum Club Card, staff is suggesting 2 changes. First, changing the split of the 800 cards that are offered from 70-30 to 50-50. And also changing the prices, which for 21-22 were offered at $349 for non-residents and $299 for residents, to $499 and $249 respectively. Making these 2 changes comes with a combined cost of $100,000. The balance we want to keep in mind is the effect that these costs potentially have on Desert Willow's ability to fund their reserve. Ultimately, any deviation from our current policy may impact the need for support from the general fund. And so that's the thing we always keep in mind when we look at these things. Staff and Kemper staff, I believe, are here. If you have any additional questions, we're happy to get into that with you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions or comments? Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you. My question is in regards to the cushion essentially that Desert Willow is building, and how that could be. What's the sweet spot, I guess? What is the sweet spot that staff has identified? There's a lot of different options. So I'd like to hear from Kemper which they think is the most feasible.
The sweet spot on the reserve?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that we've really discussed it. I think that, 90 days is probably sufficient if that's what we're talking about, 90 days of operating expenses. 6 months might be more on the extreme conservative side. So we just kind of think put together those two time periods of expenses and then kind of left it up to decide. I know we haven't really decided on which one we all feel is the sweet spot, but I think either one would be sufficient at this point.
Right, and one of the things we intend to do is bring that quarterly report back to the President's Club so that they can take a look at it and help us adjust those numbers throughout the year so that we are making sure that we're hitting those sweet spots.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understand the data that you just put up. If I understood it correctly, what we're being asked to do is to increase the subsidy of Desert Willow by a total of $95,000 per year, bringing it, that's the total increase from all those categories, bringing the total subsidy to $747,000, roughly $750,000 annually. Did I get the numbers right?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And on the flip side, I think you provided information about the resident rate that back in 2018, it was increased to $52. My recollection, correct me if I'm wrong, if you know this, but my recollection is that it had been at $45 per year, and that was the original amount it was set at. So I think it had never been increased, and the only increase in the, 25-year history or whatever of Desert Willow is the one increase going from the 45 to the 52. Is that accurate as well?
So there were some CPI increases. They were very small, but right before we went to 52, we were right around $50.
Okay.
And the 52 was the last one we made in 2018.
Okay, thank you.
You know what, I had asked for information if I can share some more detail on that. Is that okay with everyone? Because it was 45 since 1997. And then it went to 48 using a CPI and using 2010 as the base year. And then additional CPI adjustments took place in July 2015 to $49. And in 2016 to the current $50, or then $50. And then in 2018, it went up to 52. And then at that time, we said, well, we're going to add an annual CPI to it, which has not happened.
Right.
Correct. If we had that number right now, would be about $62.
And Savvy, your hand's still up. Did you have additional?
Yeah, just to that last comment that it would currently be $62. I think that's based from the time of the increase to the 52, because at one point when we were considering a price increase, staff went back to 1997 and calculated what would the annual fee be if it was an increase, but only kept pace with inflation. And it was quite a bit higher. especially lately, I have no idea what it would be, but I'm guessing that it would probably be in the $80 plus range.
Yeah, staff ran that analysis today, Savvy, and it would have been $89 today had that 45 been indexed to inflation since '98. So
yeah,
I think the question that you get a lot is, is it a good deal? The price has been able to be kept that low because of the play and because of how great that course has been maintained. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, I'll have some comments, but I'll hold those till the comment period.
Thank you. I neglected to, and I'll do it as soon as we are finished with questions. I neglected public comments, so I will get to that. Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just like to request of staff to clarify, as we know that not everybody that may be watching now or later will be reading through the details. Now, am I correct in stating that the original agreement stated that the fees essentially would be locked in forever?
The original agreement on the $45, I would have
Yes.
to look into that. I did look at a few of them that did have CPI factors, but I would have to look at each agreement to see that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just in terms of the context and very modest increases, I'd like to know what was the original verbiage and how that has allowed for a very modest increase. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I neglected to ask after the staff report if there were any public comments. So I'm asking if anyone from the public would like to comment on this item at this time. And I see no one, so let's go back to the council, and I apologize for a little mess there. Are there comments at this time? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you. So, we do get detailed financial reports on the Desert Willow President's Committee, where I represent the council as its liaison. And there is concern about the future for a number of reasons. Number one is it's very expensive to maintain a golf course. And especially expensive are the big ticket items, the long-term replacements, whether it's irrigation, redoing the course, sand traps, greens, tees, et cetera, bridges, cart paths, et cetera. And those costs, as we all know, are rising exponentially. And there's concern about whether there's sufficient reserve to meet those future requirements. So let me put my comments in light of that financial concern for the long-term sustainability of the golf courses. We are, via policy, subsidizing resident play at Desert Willow. We're in essence saying, we will essentially pay and make it cheaper for residents to play golf at Desert Willow, and that's appropriate. The question is, because it's, Desert Willow, as we all know, is not just an economic driver, which it has been very effectively, but it's also an amenity for our residents. The question is one of balance. We're proposing, in light of rising costs and concerns about future finances, we're considering increasing the subsidy to play golf. And at the same time, we understand that the subsidy has risen dramatically because we haven't kept pace with inflation and what we charge our residents. And so, to pay 52 when inflation adjusted without any increases, it would be 89. So I think it's kind of a double whammy, right? We haven't kept pace with inflation, which has increased the subsidy, and now we're considering a further increase to the subsidy. All of this in light of financial concerns for the future. That makes me uncomfortable, and I'm inclined to not make any changes at this point. And whether it's this council or future council, at some point we have to address the resident fee as well and see if an adjustment is warranted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly.
Yes. This council did address the resident fee, and it was one of our longer discussions. And the outcome was that we did not set the resident fee at a number reflecting inflation since the course was first built. So I don't want to take us away from the agenda to recount that discussion, but green fees are not as simple as making adjustments for inflation. Other courses, green fees probably have not kept up with inflation. Focusing on what's before us, I deeply appreciate that staff and Kemper have really taken apart the issues to try to identify some ways in which it makes sense to them to be responsive to persistent resident requests for greater access. And I accept the fruit of what staff and Kemper have put together as sensible. The Platinum Club card is a terrific program because it specifically addresses that access issue by enabling residents to purchase a card, which gives them a 21-day booking period instead of simply 3 days. So I think by channeling the additional subsidy in this way, so that those residents for whom access is a key issue can help be a part of the solution by purchasing the Platinum card, and somewhat expanding the Champions Club program, which does accommodate our most dedicated resident golfers. We've gone a long way toward addressing the concerns of residents who want greater access without totally breaking the piggy bank. So again, I appreciate everything that's been said about the importance of approaching financing of Desert Willow in a sustainable way. I appreciate and respect that what staff and Kemper are proposing has been deemed by them to strike the right balance.
Thank you, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am very much taking to heart Mayor Pro Tem's comments. Again, there already has been a subsidy, and now this seems like an additional subsidy. I am wondering if perhaps there's another cost-saving measure we could put in there. I don't know how much of the grass that doesn't need to be there, and look at water savings and look at all the other places, but I know that that's not going to make the biggest difference. We are all being hit by inflation right now. I think the latest estimate is 8 to 10% increase in our groceries. And that is a big pinch that a lot of our residents are feeling. And when you're on a fixed income, the pinches feel like punches to you. So while we're funding community initiatives and health initiatives, this to me does feel like a luxury. And where do our funds need to be best utilized as a resource? So in looking at the fact that our residents have enjoyed a gloriously low rate. And I have to agree that other places have different rates, but we're not worried about them because we are looking at what we have going on in Palm Desert. We look at everywhere from amusement parks to everything. The cost of everything has gone up, and I support the idea of expanding or extending that rate and offering more of the cards that give residents access. I think that's the biggest point, is access and enjoyment. But I think that we need to be a little bit more conservative.
Councilmember Kelly.
So just to give voice to the resident concern, I think their voice would be a great rate is only great if you can get on the course. So, Councilmember Quintanilla, your final thought was let's give some more of the cards that enable players to access the resident rate. That's exactly what this proposal does. By changing the ratio for the Platinum Club membership. Currently, we run out of them before meeting all of the resident demand for those cards that allow them to book a golf outing 21 days in advance. So by flipping the ratio so that half of those cards go to residents, it enables more residents to get access. Their concern about being limited to a 3-day window is that there are no further opportunities. All of the spots are taken by that point in time. So the objective of this proposal is to do very much what you're seeking, to make some adjustments that will make it more possible for residents to enjoy the benefit of their resident status. And the same could be said for the Champions Club, which essentially assures people of a weekly outing with that club at a time that Desert Willow has designated. So respecting your concerns, I think this proposal is well designed to meet them.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand and I respect that perspective. I do want to make it clear, when we talk about the concerns of residents, we're talking about a handful of residents. And I don't think a handful of individuals should be dictating policy for this city. The overwhelming evaluations that we receive from those that experience Desert Willow is off the charts. There's incredible satisfaction in the post-experience survey. So those individuals, and they have a right to their opinion and their concerns, that have an issue with the structure and the accessibility are very, very few. And I think it would be wrong to create policy based on the concerns of such a small minority. Vocal, but small minority. That's number one. Number two, I also want to make it clear, in terms of access, with a 3-day window, you can get access. It may not be a 7 a.m. start time. It might be 10 a.m. It might be 12 noon. It might be 2 p.m. You can still play golf at a highly subsidized rate. We're talking about $52 compared to $180 plus during the season. And by the way, when we don't give those rounds to residents at 52, they fill up at the 180. And that's why this is a very real subsidy. So in terms of the concerns of residents, I think we have to look at the overall population. I don't think we have an issue. That's number one. And number two, if the concern is access, let's be clear, we're not talking about access. We're talking about access at the peak season, at the peak time. So some compromise might be in order. And then finally, I would suggest that if the Platinum card is so desirable and so many of our residents want it, then we should do what normal private businesses do, and that's raise the price and find the equilibrium that matches the demand to the supply.
Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Hearing all of my colleagues' points of view and taking into consideration the emails that I've received on both the residents that want access and the others that care more about the pricing than the access, I agree with Councilmember Jonathan that we are attempting to possibly set precedent that can be utilized in other instances and in the long future. We don't know what opportunities may develop. We don't know what will lie ahead, but we need to take under consideration all of the points. And to follow what Mayor Pro Tem said, there's access. And I think that what we're looking at now is the access to your preference. And that is not something that was ever guaranteed. You were guaranteed access, but never do I believe it would have said anywhere, you have guaranteed access to your preferred situation.
Any other comments, questions? Okay, I have a few. And I want to go back to 1997 when, and Savvy and Kathleen, I know you were all in tune with what was going on. And the intent was, and this was said, that Desert Willow would be an economic development tool, and it would give our residents a country club experience for a day. That was set. And that was Carlos Ortega. And that was a goal, is to give a great experience. It wasn't creating a country club for our city. And what we did is create really outstanding golf courses. And now I say 1997, 25 years ago, it's aging. And how long ago, and Derek, if you could help me out with this, we had to replace a bladder in a lake. And how much does that cost? I mean, it was only a couple, I don't know, maybe it was 3 or 4 years ago, but we're seeing those sorts of needs now. And so we have to have a reserve. And when we have, it's make hay when the sun shines. And we need to make sure that we have an established reserve when those huge pieces of machinery break, when a bladder on a lake needs repair, needs replacement. These are not inexpensive repairs. And when we do things like we've gone out, we have taken out an abundant amount of our turf to do the right thing. But that doesn't change things. And we talk about it doesn't change it enough that we don't need to make sure that we have something for that rainy day, for the capital improvements, for the things that we're not planning on doing, but they happen and then we must do them. So we always have to make sure we have that reserve. That has always been a value of Palm Deserts, is to make sure we had a healthy reserve. Let's look at what it costs, not only for the seed, which I think went up, it's 300% this year. The gas that it takes to power all of those vehicles. Let's talk about the hourly rate and then the compaction rate and what it costs to employ the number of people there. So I just want to make sure that what we're doing, and I see I'm looking on my screen, the programs available to residents, and I see a lot of work went into this matrix, and it's impressive work. And I think it shows a tremendous amount of opportunity for our residents. But as far as meeting resident demand, we will never meet the residents' demand. I think we have found that to be the case. As hard as we try, as much as we give, there doesn't seem to be a compromise ever. It's not, well, we're going to give more. And then when we raise it to 52, I remember, in fact, I was looking at some old emails that I kind of keep in a file, and there was some outrage about that because we went up to $52 a round. So we're really trying not to put this on the back of all of our residents. And at the same time, we're trying to meet in the middle, the compromise, where we can give our residents the opportunity to go out and play a wonderful round of golf. But we've got to find that middle place, and we've got to be realistic. We have to make it accessible. And I see these programs available and the adjustments, they're really impressive. And at the same time, we have to make sure that we have the money for capital improvements and for those, unwelcome surprises we get when, and we all know we get hit with them, whether it's in our home or the city or our cars. Stuff happens and we've got to be prepared for it. Okay, I see a couple hands up. Councilmember Kelly.
I respect and appreciate everything that's been said. But I also respected and appreciated that staff and Kemper taxed themselves to make some proposals they thought they could live with. I have a question for Mr. White. I don't know if my colleagues are going to be open to making any changes, but if they were open to making one of the two major changes suggested, either in the Champions Club or the Platinum Club program, do you have a sense of which might be most appreciated or where the most pressure is?
I think that the answer is honestly difficult. I think that those folks that are deliberate players in the Champions Club would much prefer to see that number extended. We had a lot more pressure. There are new people moving to the community that are looking to be involved in that club. We have, of course, as part of these past rate discussions, guaranteed that program moving forward. That was a program that we questioned back in 2014 or in 2013 when we were experiencing operational losses just as recent as then, that we questioned whether or not that program should be in place at all. When we did decide to continue that program, certainly those folks who had been playing in that for upwards of close to 20 years at that point were excited that they were going to be guaranteed that program. So we definitely had a lot of pressure. We turned some people away from that program this year. In terms of general access for residents and knowing that that 3-day booking window is difficult, while it is available, sometimes via singles or twosomes here and there, there is some availability. I do recognize that it's tough, especially in the climate that we're in. So when we look at the Platinum Card option, right, that does guarantee residents the opportunity to gain some access. The 21-day booking window would be at our Platinum Card rates and not at the resident rate. I would just want to clarify. So it would be at a reduced rate from what the public would see, but not all the way down to the residents' current $52 rate. So I think both options would be appreciated by different folks. And I think that that's what's difficult. I'd love to give you an answer. I would say the most vocal folks probably play in the Champions Club, but it's hard to say.
Okay, Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Mr. White, kind of along the same lines. In terms of who the most vocal players have been, is there a way to track the trends that as the price has increased, have the number of residents playing decreased, or have they continued to grow as well?
So there isn't really a relationship between, say, the the price increase and then a reduced because of the availability, right? So availability is more about demand. Like if demand went down, availability goes up, you're going to see more resident play, regardless of whether it's $52 or $80. So that one, there's kind of not really a correlation, if that makes sense. So, I mean, that's kind of where that's at.
Well, thank you. It's all trying to get all the different perspective. We all are seeing this from a different way, trying to get it to a more comfortable place. So thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. So in a never-ending effort to negotiate compromise, Mr. White, let me ask you this. If we're going to expand the Champions Club from 52 players to 72 players, that's an increased subsidy of $55,000. My quick math, Mr. Fellow CPA, see if you can help me out here, is that if we wanted to go from 52 to 72, but not increase the subsidy, we would have to make a $55,000 overall adjustment for 72 players. And I'm thinking that might be somewhere around an $80 increase in annual fee. Does that sound kind of right?
It looks like, let's see. Yeah, we would have to raise the rate by about $70 per player or something like that to kind of get to retain the same level of revenue that we're receiving now.
Okay. Thank you. So continuing in that effort to negotiate a compromise, I can live with modifying the Champions Club League program if the price, and somebody would have to verify the math, would be increased. The annual fee would be increased to ensure that we're still subsidizing at 95,000, but not increasing it to 140 subsidy. So in other words, in total, we would want an additional $55,000 in revenue from the 72 players. I can live with that. My preference is not to tinker with this. As I said, I think we're responding to a small but vocal minority. And I think as Council Member Quintanilla made clear, they have access. They just don't have access to their preferred time. So I don't see a need to make a change, but if we're going to make a change in any part of this program, whether it's Champions or Platinum, I think the change should be accompanied by a price increase that results in no increased subsidy.
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you for striving to think creatively. I don't think I want to do any tinkering here in the heat of the moment, potentially not knowing all of the ramifications. So since I can count up to 3, I am going to move that we refer Mayor Pro Tem's idea as just expressed for discussion at the President's Committee to see if it has some legs and to think through what the ramifications might be as the sole action taken tonight.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. I'd like to have a little further discussion. And as usual, our subsidized golf takes up the longest conversation we may have this evening. It's just kind of amazing. I would like us, because there's been a tremendous amount of work and consideration that has gone into this spreadsheet that we see in front of us, labeled programs available to residents. We've had a good discussion. We've heard some really good points. I wonder if it makes more sense, rather than just looking at one thing, to take this back and you have a subcommittee that can do some tinkering with this and find a way to maybe make this work. I thought the Platinum Club card, they did some moving around on that made sense, and then gave people their 21-day booking window. And I just think this is, let's take this as a starting point and let's do some more work on it. And I feel kind of bad saying that. I know the work that has been done by Kemper and by our financial group, but I think we need to look at it a little more. Let's take a look at it some more. That's my thought. Yes, Councilmember Kelly.
I think I would like to stick with the motion as made, but noting in light of your comments that, of course, that group or others are free to look beyond the specific idea that Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan suggested. Certainly the sentiment expressed by the majority here is that any tinkering should not result in an additional subsidy, and that principle can be put to work.
Okay, and I that's not what I was saying. I'm not saying there shouldn't be any additional subsidy. So, that's why I say I want to go back and play with it. So, yes, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. as you said, this discussion could go on forever. It's been going on for many years and it will likely continue. Is there a way that we can set an end date by the time that we want to have this portion resolved? Because we can keep ping-ponging back and forth between the different perspectives. And in the meantime, residents will continue to be frustrated that we're going to feel like they're in limbo. Is there a way to set a guideline or a timeline?
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think the answer is yes. And if I understood Councilmember Kelly's motion, it's really to kick this to the Desert Willow President's Committee with the goal of potentially modifying any component that's before us here tonight, but with the goal of not increasing the subsidy. Let the Desert Willow Committee struggle with that, see what they come back with, and bring this back to council. And to your point, Karina, I think that we have our next meeting. Well, let me put it this way. I think that we can accomplish that by the second meeting in September. And I'm looking to see Todd and staff to see and Derek, if they're nodding their head.
We can make it happen. My only question for Derek is, when do you need to have the Platinum Club set for the year?
So we will launch the Platinum Card program in the middle of August. At this stage, though, I mean, we could hold the 400. I don't know that holding those 400 as reserved for residents at this stage, but the pricing for the card would need to be kind of hammered out because if that's where the subsidy comes in that particular portion of this plan. I don't think that particular portion and that subsidy, right, those residents would end up paying that reduced rate that we actually feel like is a reasonable rate for a loyalty rate. And we would want to begin to sell that program as soon as possible. We think that part of the huge success of that program is the early launch, and we get people excited to purchase that program before a lot of other programs come on board in the Valley.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I'll tell you what, given those last comments, it's getting to the point I feel, for me, we're just trying too hard, okay? My suggestion is, and I can put in the form of a substitute motion, is that we make no changes to the Desert Willow program at this time, that we task the Desert Willow President's Committee with examining options that might be put in place prior to next year's issuance of the cards. But for now, it feels like we're just trying too hard to make last minute changes. So I would favor for now not making any changes, but to task the Desert Willow President's Committee with exploring options for next year.
I'll withdraw my motion. I was trying to accommodate the majority, so the majority has, or at least one spokesperson from the majority has spoken. So I'll withdraw my motion.
I second Mayor Pro Tem's substitute motion.
Okay, we now have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will go now to D, approval of resolution authorizing the levy of a special tax in Community Facilities District number 2005-1, University Park, for fiscal year 2022-23.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Kalena Perez, the Management Analyst in the Finance Department, and I am requesting your approval of the annual levy of special tax in the Community Facilities District 2005-1, University Park. This is merely an administrative item, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, and is there any public comment on this? And I see none. Okay, are there any comments? And yes, Councilmember Kelly.
Well, my comment is welcome, I believe. this is your first appearance. Well,
It is.
well done. And so well done, I'll move to approve.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Perfect. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla,
I,
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. And E is approval of resolution authorizing the levy of special tax and community facilities district number 2021-1A, University Park for fiscal year 2022-23.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is also a similar item to the previous. The only difference being that this is the refunding of the 2005-1 bond. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, is there any comments from the council?
Since my hand's still up, I'll move to approve.
Might as well. Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla,
I,
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will move to F. Approve change order number 1 to contract C42400 with Tilden Coil Constructors, Inc. for the Development Services Lobby renovations in the amount of $1,168,341. Project number 727-20. And who is giving us our staff report?
Madam Mayor, I'll be speaking for the staff report tonight. Randy Bowman, Department of Public Works. You have before you a staff report that we promised at the last council meeting you would be receiving at this meeting. The numbers in the staff report coincide with the amounts that we presented at the last council meeting. Chris and I are here to answer any questions should you have them.
Thank you. Let me ask this, is there any public comment? And I see none. Are there any questions of staff? Any comments for staff? Any motions for the council?
I move to approve.
Wait,
Oh,
okay.
sorry, if there's a question.
Is that a question or comment?
Comment real quickly. I just
You know
wanted
what,
to,
I'll second for the discussion, please.
yeah, I was going to make the motion, so that's fine. But I just want to thank staff for presenting this in such an orderly manner and making such an effort to make sure that we don't face surprises down the road and that we're engaging in these capital improvement projects in a logical and comprehensive manner. And I know staff, you did a great deal of work to accommodate that request, and I thank you for it. Good job.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla, Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll go to G, adopt an ordinance rescinding prior ordinances as listed and establishing speed zones on 4 street segments in the city of Palm Desert. First reading. And who will provide that staff report?
You're going to see me for this in the next staff report as well.
Okay.
So this is unfinished work. When we brought the last engineering and traffic study to establish and reestablish speed zones within the city of Palm Desert, we left off purposefully 4 street segments that were still in construction with the CD Link project, as well as San Pablo Phase 2. So both projects are completed. We conducted an engineering and traffic survey of the 4 roadway segments that are presented in your staff report. Happy to report that the data collected supports reducing the previous posted speed limits on Magnesia Falls west of Portola Avenue, as well as San Pablo Phase 2 to post that at 25 and Magnesia Falls that I previously mentioned at 35. The other two segments, the data did not support raising or lowering the speed limits on those two segments. Magnesia east of Portola at 35 and Parkview Drive at 45 miles an hour. We reviewed the results of the engineering and traffic study with the city of Rancho Mirage, since we share a jurisdiction with them for most of the length of Parkview. They did concur with the results of the study. And then lastly, in the staff report, we make note that state law has changed with AB 43 that was passed last year. However, when the bill was passed, there was a delay element in the bill that delays cities being enabled to reduce posted speed limits under certain conditions 5 miles an hour more until either mid-2024 or the state adjudication for ticket processing has been updated, whichever comes first. We're mindful of that. We've discussed that with Rancho Mirage. Both staff from both cities are supportive of revisiting the Parkview Drive posted speed limit once we've reached one of those triggering events that are contemplated in AB 43. Other state law potential changes, we're keeping close tabs through our lobbyists on other changes to state law, and it's great to have one of our city council members who's helping to monitor things at SCAG. So long-winded, you have your staff report. Happy to answer other questions.
Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on this? And I see none, so I will go right to questions. Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. A quick question, Mr. Bowman, and you may not have the answer to this. I'm sorry to hit you with it, but it just occurred to me. Number one on your table is Magnesia Falls between Monterey and Portola, going from 50 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour. The YMCA is located in that stretch on the south side of Magnesia Falls. Coming out of their parking lot, they have a right turn only. They were denied a left turn out, I was told, because there's like a bit of a lump, a small hill, and it impedes the visibility when a driver is coming out of the driveway and they look to their left as they're getting to make a left-hand turn, if that's clear. So my question to you is, does the reduction of the speed limit from 50 miles an hour to 35 miles an hour potentially impact that constraint?
We will have to look at that. I wouldn't be prepared to give you an answer either way. We'd have to look at that. I would add too that if you recall the network of bikeway connections we're considering for PD Link, one of the concerns that we have in connecting PD Link up to CV Link in the vicinity of the Civic Center campus is how could we do that? One of the things that our consultant, I think, is still going to be looking at is there a way to bring that up along the channel, the San Pasqual channel, and that is right in that area. We're aware of it, of how we link the users of the CV Link into the campus. And I think the question that you're posing, we'll pose to the consulting team and ask them about that.
That's all I can ask. Thank you so much, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Comments? Motions? Oh, wait, I think we have a comment. Councilmember Quintanilla.
Quick comment, gratitude. Again, staff is always amazing with what you put forward, and I know how much effort it has taken to fine tune everything, especially given the traffic synchronization. So all of these things that may be one tweak here may affect something elsewhere. So thank you for a very comprehensive presentation. And with that, I move to.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. We have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla. Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. We'll go to H, appropriate an additional budget of $400,000 for construction contingency and design services related to the President's Plaza East and West parking lot improvements, project number 2022-14. The project that just keeps giving. Okay, who will give us our staff report?
Good evening. I'll be giving the report this evening. I just want to provide, let me share my screen. I want to provide a quick update on the status of the project. No, all my stuff is in the way. Hold on. I don't know how to make y'all go away. Sorry. And then provide just a short explanation of a summary of the additional work that we considered when coming up with our budget augment. So first, let's discuss the construction progress. Good news, we're getting really close to completion of construction. We feel confident that all construction activities will be completed by mid-August 2022. In addition, I added this just to remind us where we've come from. This was September 2021 when we first started utility undergrounding for the project. And this is June 2022, where the project was completely paved and operational. So, now we're working on all the completion, the landscaping, carports, and but the operation of the parking lot is full capacity, and it's just an exciting milestone for us. I wanted to share that. Next, I'd like to just share with you the additional work items that we have considered when we came up with our augment. And this includes additional work, but also additional potential costs and then unknown costs just to get us through the end of construction, because we really, we want to finalize the project, and we are hoping no more money is needed for this. So first, during construction, we had many delays, which you all know, and the original agreement with the supplier for our asphalt lapsed, and the new agreement had an increase per unit cost. So we had to pay the contractor that increased cost. In addition, we had complaints around the new trash enclosures that people couldn't see around them. There's line of sight issues. So we revised our striping and signage plan to improve the circulation of the parking lot. We added stop signs, we added additional signage just to help with the right-of-way issues and make people feel more comfortable. We had installed galvanized metal handrails to our ADA compliant ramps, and learned very quickly that they get very hot in the heat. So the staff determined that we need to paint those. Those will be painted in the next few weeks, along with the trash enclosure doors, to avoid any burn hazards during the hot weather. During our grading activities, the contractor came across an unidentified or an unmarked SCE line that then had to be lowered. SCE has submitted a claim to our contractor with the cost of lowering that to accommodate the project. We have included this cost in our assumption because it was required to accommodate the project. I think the city's going to be responsible for this. So just as we go through those negotiations, we wanted that cost considered in the budget. And then we have continued using temporary lighting at night until power is restored. And good news, power is restored in both parking lots, and all the lights are operational. So the temporary lighting is gone. And then because we'll be in construction into August, I did consider time and materials, additional costs for any unforeseen items, just so we wouldn't have any surprises down the road. And then our contractor did provide early access and beneficial use of the parking lot, as it was noted in our contract. So we are considering the incentive bonus for their access of 300 plus parking spaces per parking lot within the time that we allotted. And that would be considered at the end of construction because they have to maintain that throughout construction of the project. So those are what led us to this $400,000 additional budget. And I just wanted to make sure everyone understands it. Do you have any questions for me?
Before we go to questions, I'll see if there are any public comments or questions. And I see none, so I'm going to go right to the council with any questions. And then any comments? I will entertain a motion, please.
Thank you, Ms. Nickerson, for that very thorough report. I will move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? I will. We have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Yeah, yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla. Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go to I, approve the management district plan and order the levy and collection of assessments within the President's Plaza 3 property and business improvement district for fiscal year 2022-23. And who will provide that staff report for us? And you're muted.
Apologize for that. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Bertha Gonzalez, Management Analyst for the Public Works Department. The purpose of this staff report is to request approval of the Management District Plan and order the levy and collection of annual assessments within President's Plaza 3 property and business improvement district for fiscal year 22-23. The only modification of the PBID 3 budget is the 3% cost of living adjustment that was built into the current 5-year plan as approved by the property owners. Staff is here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Before we get to that, I would ask to see if there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item. And I see none, so I will go to the council. Does anyone have any questions? Nope. And does anyone have any answer? Does anyone have any answers to that? Are there any comments? No? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla. Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, our next is J. And I will recuse myself due to the fact of the proximity to my real property. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Item J in the action calendar is to adopt a resolution declaring the city of Palm Desert owned property located at 45656 Mountain View surplus land and authorizing staff to release a notice of availability for the sale of the property. May we have the staff report, please?
Good evening, City Council. I'm Deborah Glickman, a Management Analyst in the Economic Development Department. I'm going to share my screen real quickly and give you a brief overview of the project. There we go. So the property being discussed is 45656 Mountain View. There's a picture of it right there. Here is the location of it. It's on just off of Portola. A little overview of the property is it is city owned. It is vacant with a single family home on it. It is subject to the Surplus Land Act if it's going to be sold. And the focus of the Surplus Land Act is to provide as much affordable housing within a community as possible. It is part of the city central inventory that was approved by City Council earlier this year. On June 9th, 2022, City Council declared the property as a priority to sell and also granted historical landmark designation to the property. Here is a quick overview that you've seen before of the surplus land process. But if this resolution is approved tonight, we'll go to step 2, which is to issue a notice of availability. That notice of availability will tell people that the land is available for purchase. That notice of availability needs to be out there for 60 days. It is also sent to a list of a database of people who are interested in learning about Palm Desert properties for sale. That database is kept by the state, as well as the city has an internal list. If notice of interest are received, then the city must negotiate in good faith for 90 days. And then before they have finished their negotiations, they need to notify the State Housing and Community Development Department, who will review the process of the negotiations. If there is a successful negotiation, then the city will enter into a disposition agreement, as it normally would with properties. If there is not, then the city goes on to the open market completely out of the Surplus Land Act process, because the city has satisfied the requirements for the Surplus Land Act at that point. Something important, a couple of things important to note with the notice of availability. It will describe the property and all the elements of it. So the property will retain all of its zoning. It will retain its historic landmark designation, which means respondents need to be respectful of both of those areas. And if they are proposing to purchase the property and want to do anything with the property, they have to keep both of those elements in mind. As I said, the notice of availability will be sent to both of the lists that I mentioned in an earlier slide. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Glickman. Any questions for staff? And I see Councilmember Kelly, please.
Thank you. Some of this was covered in your presentation, but because we have quite a few residents who are interested in preserving the historic status of this property, I do want to ask you a series of questions just to make sure that anyone tuning into the broadcast fully understands. Am I correct that what we're doing this evening is essentially a required step to comply with state law?
Yes, you are correct.
And that state law exists to make sure that anyone interested in developing property for affordable housing has first shot.
Yes.
So is it? So if this property does not catch anyone's attention as suitable for affordable housing in the 90-day window, at that point, the city would have complete control over the sales process.
Yes, that's exactly the process.
And if we get to that point, will it be possible for the city to prioritize offers based on how sound the purchaser's plan is for preserving the historic status of the property?
Yes, at that point, if we are now outside of the Surplus Land Act process, the city can sell the property and prioritize whatever it feels necessary. So absolutely.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for staff?
No questions. And if you don't have questions, Mayor Pro Tem, I would motion to approve.
Give me 1 second. I want to make sure, Mr. Mejia, I don't see any hands up for public comment on this item. Is that correct?
Correct. You're correct.
Okay, thank you. Then, yes, I heard a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, there is.
Let's get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0 with Mayor Harnick recused.
Thank you. And I'm sure she'll be back momentarily. There she is.
There she is. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll go to K, approve a contract with Circuit Transit, Inc. in an amount not to exceed $200,000 for the operation of up to 3 vendor-owned El Paseo courtesy carts and appropriate $41,000 from unassigned general fund reserves. And I will bet this is Ms. Glickman.
Good evening again. I didn't go very far. Yes, the item before you concerns the El Paseo courtesy carts, and it is a request to enter into a contract with Circuit Transit for operation of 3 vendor-owned carts on El Paseo. So let me go ahead and share my screen again. There we go. So currently the city owns 3 courtesy carts, 2 of which operate on a regular basis on El Paseo between October and May daily from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. There is a third cart that is ADA accessible. That cart is generally not operated unless there is a special event going on or there is a special request for the cart, which I actually don't believe happens that frequently, but it is available. It has a wheelchair ramp that a wheelchair can ride into and take a place in. The city contracts with an operator to run the carts, but the city pays for the taxi insurance and the maintenance on the cart. All other costs are paid for by the contractor. And actually the current contract, has ended. So the city needs to enter into a new one with someone. Currently there is an app on the cart, and that app is run by Sunline. It's connected to their MyStop program, and the app allows people to locate where the carts are on El Paseo, but not to call the carts to them to be picked up. Normally the carts are hailed on the street. For the 2022-2023 RFP for cart operations, the city council approved the release of an RFP. It released an RFP with 2 options. One was for operation of either 2 or 3 based on the city's choice, city-owned carts. Another one was to have vendor-owned carts, either 2 or 3. There were 2 respondents to the RFP and both bid on both options. A team of staff evaluated both respondents' applications. We also conducted interviews with the applicants and recommends contracting with Circuit for 3 vendor-owned carts. These are pictures of what the current courtesy carts look like. They actually have a little signage on top now. The current budget in the 2022-2023 fiscal year for the courtesy cart program is $165,000. Here is an overview of what the cost would be to run 2 carts or 3 carts with Circuit, and the budget differential there. So the budget that was set for this fiscal year was set based upon running 2 carts on El Paseo that were city owned. There was an increase in the budget due to inflation. And so the budget was usually about $141,000 a year, but now it was moved up to $165,000. If Circuit was contracted to run the city carts, 2 carts, there would actually be lower than the budget, and 3 carts would go just about $20,000 over the budget. I will say that the second bidder had a much higher hourly rates that would have put these numbers even higher. These are samples of courtesy Circuit's carts. Circuit works with many cities to do branding on their carts. They also do advertising. That is not how we sent out the RFP. The carts would be branded 100% Palm Desert without an advertising program attached to it. If Circuit was to operate their own carts, there are 2 options. The staff report you received had operation of 2 or 3 carts that were non-ADA compliant. So what staff has done is gone back to the vendor and asked what it would cost to have either 1 ADA compliant and 1 non-accessible cart, or 2 non-accessible carts and 1 ADA compliant accessible cart. This is an overview of what the cost would be. If the city stayed within the 2-cart system, we would be under budget. If the city went to the 3-cart system, which is the bottom graph, with 3 carts running without an ADA compliant cart, it would be just about 200,000. With 2 carts that were non-ADA and 1 ADA cart, we would run about 39,000, just over that, over budget on both of those cases. In addition to the overage for the first year, the staff is requesting $6,000 for branding of all 3 carts. It would be a one-time cost, as the carts would be brand new for the city. Circuit would be getting them specifically for the city. So we would need to do some branding on them. Staff would work with the Public Affairs Division on this branding, and also as much as possible with the El Paseo board on the branding. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have a representative from Circuit on the line who's happy to help too.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we get to the council, I want to see if there are any public comments or questions. And I see none, so I'm going to go right to the council. And Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 quick questions. What is the season during which we expect peak hours? And what is the cost of overtime? Again, we've got people that are not going to read through our entire packet, so I think that would be a question. My second question is, given the popularity of Google in terms of drawing attention to attractions, I think this would be a novel transportation approach. Is that something that could be tracked, for example, like Yelp? That, and again, in searching the near me function, just thinking about how this would attract additional consumers. So is that an option, or has it been done in other cities?
I will address the overtime question first. In the call and the RFP, the city addresses overtime. I don't have the amount of hours right in front of me. I can look for it in just a moment, but it's built into the program that there are a couple of 100 hours per cart. I believe it's about 160 hours per cart that is budgeted for. If the city wanted to go beyond those hours, then that would be extra and over. Overtime hours for the vendor run cart for Circuit run between $50 and roughly $53, dependent on which cart is being operated. And then the second question is, one thing I did neglect to mention, I apologize for that, and thank you for bringing this up, is Circuit comes with a built-in app. It is, I know I see some smiles, which is good. It comes with a built-in app. It is not an additional cost, and it will allow people to hail the cart as it drives down the street, to actually call the cart to them, and we can work with that and also add stops if we want. There are a lot of different opportunities with the app. As I said, it's no additional fee, and they have a network that will do some outreach through the app, and people who use the Circuit in other cities would tap in to see that Palm Desert has Circuit here also.
Thank you. And also one of the things I found most interesting was the social media component. And I think that the combination, if they are available, would allow to reach a different audience, and again, try to get everybody from across the board. But thank you. Great answers. And
Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. And of course we haven't discussed yet, but if we go with the 3-cart proposal from Circuit, including 1 ADA accessible cart, could that handicap accessible cart be one of the carts in operation at all times, including when seasonality might mean we just have 2 carts?
The intention, if the council decides to go with a 3-cart program, is that cart would be operating at all times. And the budget that was, so the 2 non-ADA carts and the ADA carts would make up the fleet of 3 carts. And that number, the cost for that is built into the budget that I went through just a moment ago. But if the city went with 3 carts, one of which was ADA compliant, then the appropriation that staff would be requesting would be $45,100, which is just over what was in the staff report of $41,000.
And so I want to make sure I heard you correctly, that under that scenario, the presumption is that the handicap accessible car would be available at all times. And presumably with the sophisticated app, people could learn of its availability and have the chance to beckon it.
Yes, it is my understanding, and we have Daniel Kramer on the line. He can correct me if I'm incorrect, but that is actually, as you are calling the cart to you, one of the options is to identify if you do need the ADA accessible cart. So that would be the one that would then come and pick up the customer.
Terrific. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm not challenging it, but I'm curious. Your staff recommendation is to brand the courtesy carts with Palm Desert rather than create a potential profit center. And at one time we talked about kind of an in-between where non-profit entities such as the Living Desert, the McCollum, and others for a modest fee could advertise special events or, you know, themselves, Children's Discovery Museum, and so forth. Had you considered that? And if so, why did you discard that possibility?
That was not included in this request for proposals. It is something that can be considered. I know that Circuit has a history with it. So as we go through the contract, we can take a look at that if the City Council so desires.
And we have had extensive discussions about that. So, Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In looking at the gap, the funding gap of where we'd like to be and what we will require, is there a possibility of including language in the contract that says we'll take 2 right now, and when we get to peak season, we would consider a 3rd, and that way we could see the implementation, if it's been working out well, if riders are responding to the app before going further. Is that a possibility?
I am going to defer to Daniel Kramer at this point for the answer to that question. Part of, as he's coming along, part of it will be how long it takes them to secure a cart, an extra cart to bring over. But Daniel, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Deborah. This is Daniel Kramer. She kind of, hit on it there, where just essentially come down to how much advance notice we had. Every vehicle is kind of assigned to its respective market. We used to kind of have additional fleet available to move across the region, but they're kind of all spoken for at this time. So it would mean most likely purchasing an additional vehicle. So we're kind of at the mercy of the manufacturer as to when that would be available.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments?
Sorry, did you want comments at this point?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Can I go?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, well, first and foremost, Ms. Glickman, thank you so much. When I first read the staff report, you made my day. I know I've been pounding on your door for years to improve that app and to consider an expanded route. And here I see that you've taken that to heart and done both. So thank you so much for that. I'm familiar with Circuit. I have their app on my phone and I've used their carts, and it's a slick system and they're a competent operator. So I'm glad to see that this is where we landed. And I hope that we do seriously consider route expansion, maybe on a test basis, and see if it's something we want to do. But obvious destination points would be the Living Desert and maybe some of the other shopping areas, but the downtown core district in general. So I hope we do make progress towards that. Yeah, look, staff is suggesting or requesting a contract for up to 3 vendor-owned courtesy carts. I think that makes a lot of sense. If there's a way, I thought the suggestion from Councilman Quintanilla had merit. And if there's a way that we can kind of maybe have the 2 carts and gauge the demand, and certainly if there's enough lead time, then in the season, amplify that to 3, that would be great. So I'm generally in favor. Thank you.
Are there any other comments? Councilmember Kelly, please.
I'm glad you lived to see the day, Sally. Thank you. It's very exciting to see the courtesy card program evolving to a next step that seems to very much take account of council perspective. And one of those perspectives, of course, is that the program exists to keep people on El Paseo shopping. It doesn't exist to use El Paseo's parking lots and transport people other places. So we have to take that into account as we think about meeting transportation needs for other destinations. I think I favor going with 3 cards from the get-go. I expect this to be popular, and I don't think we want any lag time in ramping up from 2 to 3. And I do strongly favor asking for one of our cards to be handicap accessible. All of our publicly funded transportation options should include that. We pride ourselves on being an inclusive city, and this is pretty baseline in maintaining our inclusive character. So to my way of thinking, $40,000 is a very, very appropriate expenditure to assure inclusivity.
Thank you. Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wholeheartedly agree. ADA for me was non-negotiable already. That is a requirement that we need to have. And in terms of 2 or 3, I'm thinking ahead of down the line. I think 2 may be ideal for us now, 3 if the season should allow it. But as we're talking about the redevelopment of the mall, we have talked about having a corridor that unites different parts of commerce. That way it's not dedicated only to El Paseo, but as we incorporate the kinds of activities will be there, I think that would be a more adequate use of that. So I would concur with staff if 2 makes the most sense for now, or if it really is 3, but I think that we should be a little bit more conservative right now. I'm sure that riders will love it, but I just don't know or perhaps I can ask the question, how long does it take for the courtesy cart to loop El Paseo?
I'm going to give you a non-direct answer, and that is it depends on how many people hail it as it drives by. So there is no set time. It could be someone picked up, drop off at the next door, or picked up, loop around, and then pick the next person up. So unfortunately, I don't have an exact time. It's not very long though.
Okay, so that's what my question was. Is there going to be anybody that's standing there for 20 minutes and, we wouldn't want them to then get frustrated and leave. So if it's rather quick, then I think that 2 would be appropriate, as long as one is ADA, absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you. A couple of things. I'm okay with the 3. I understand the thinking for starting with 2 and pivoting to 3, but maybe we just give this a shot and see how it works and then reconsider for the next year. That works for me. The staff report does include the exploration of an expanded route. So I want to touch on that again briefly. If we think of this as an El Paseo shuttle, then I agree. We don't want people, parking on El Paseo and then going elsewhere. But I think we need to modify the concept of alternative transportation. I think we should encourage people to park their car somewhere and then utilize a card such as this instead of taking their car to go another 6 blocks or another half a mile as people do. We've spoken at length today, starting with the study session about reducing greenhouse gases, and this is an opportunity to do that. So I think something that works well, such as a shuttle, if it works well, then build on it and expand it. So I do favor looking at the downtown city core in its whole and at least exploring the possibility of expanding the route. Thank you.
Councilmember Kelly, please.
Yes, I just want to feature that the staff report notes staff is in conversation with Sunline about expanding the geofencing for Sunline's rideshare service to address some of our other transportation needs in the surrounding areas. So I think we're on the same page about the importance of encouraging people to park and to use alternative transportation. It's just a question of where they park and which transportation. So my thought would be, let's proceed with this next evolution of the courtesy car program for El Paseo while staff explores these Sunline options that will give us a year's experience with how these new courtesy cards roll out, and with 3 will be equipped to make adjustments as seem appropriate.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Yeah, thank you. And just to kind of finish up on that, in our broader planning, we've looked at ways of connecting North Palm Desert to the city core. And I think this opportunity, this presents an opportunity where we partner with Sunline, and they have regular, dependable, frequent buses that go from the North Sphere to the downtown city core. And then again, that card is available throughout the city core so that people that live and work in the North Sphere without using their car can take public transportation, not just to the city core, but then using the card, go around the city core for all the amenities and resources that it offers. So I think lots of opportunities ahead. We have a brilliant staff. They'll explore it all. And I know we'll be better tomorrow than we are today. And today we're better than yesterday, and we'll just keep it going.
Any other comments or questions? Is this a motion or a comment?
It's a
I
motion.
think I'll make a comment here, if I may. Definitely, let's go with 3. Let's find out what we're dealing with. Let's give it a chance. Let's really do a study of what this means to El Paseo. And I can tell you, as someone who sits as the liaison to the El Paseo Business Improvement District, they are excited about this. They rely on the courtesy car program. It's a tremendous asset for them. They were thrilled when they got the app. They couldn't wait to make it better, and it looks like that's what's going to happen here. They've come a long way. It means a lot to them, and this will be a great asset to El Paseo. I look forward to it, and I know this will be really well received by the El Paseo Business Improvement District group. So those are my comments. And of course, we have to have ADA, but I think that almost goes without saying. Okay, so those are, I'm sorry?
But if a motion is now timely,
please,
I will go ahead and say it, but I appreciate the sentiment. I move the 3-card approval of the 3-card solution with one of the cards being handicap accessible.
I second that. Can we add with direction to staff to explore alternative routes or expanded routes?
I think that's underway according to the staff report.
Perfect. Well, then I second as it is. Thank you.
A motion and a second. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla,
Aye.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-0.
thank you so much.
Could we have a seventh inning stretch?
Are we gonna sing? Yes, it's 7:41 is 10 minutes sufficient? 10 minutes, I'll meet you back. Okay, are we all back? Okay, it looks like we're good to go. And we will pick up at action item L, adoption of a resolution of the Board of the Palm Desert Housing Authority authorizing the execution and delivery of a conditional agreement between the authority and Urban Housing Communities, Inc., conditionally approving a loan in the amount of $7,235,000 from the authority's Housing Asset Fund to fund the construction of 176 affordable housing units, appropriating funds and taking related actions. And who will be providing us a staff report?
Good evening. Honorable Chairman, members of the Authority Board, Jessica Gonzalez, Senior Management Analyst with the Development Services Department. Before you, the approval of staff's recommendation before you will approve and adopt a resolution that authorizes a conditional agreement with Urban Housing Communities. The conditionally approving a loan in the amount of $7,235,000 from the authority for the construction of 176 100% affordable housing units. The recommendation also authorizes appropriation of unobligated asset funds. The project is intended to be funded and developed by leveraging multiple funding sources. The conditional agreement will provide an opportunity for Urban Housing Communities to be able to submit an application along with the agreement to the California Debt Allocation Committee in August at their next round of application submittals for an allocation of 4% tax-exempt bonds, as well as any other funding sources necessary to secure the funding necessary for the construction of the project. The recommendation also authorizes only upon Urban Housing Communities obtaining financial commitments from all the funding sources necessary to fund the project, staff and legal counsel would proceed to negotiate and develop the agreements and the necessary documentation for the authority loan. Please note that this transaction of this authorization would not impact the city's general fund. The benefits of this consideration include having, having a 176 multifamily 100% affordable community that will be operated for 57 years. As such, the project will serve the residents with the highest need, comprised of extremely low, very low, and low income households. This will also meet the 2021-2029 RHNA planning period need. The project will consist of the following affordability. It is a 176 unit project, as I mentioned, based on the funding sources that the developer is seeking. Two units of the project do need to be dedicated for property managers. So the total of 174 units would be allocated as follows, with 93 units being extremely low, 46 units serving very low income households, and 35 low income households. Staff also, apologize, it's not moving. Staff did consult and engage Kaiser Marston to complete a technical assistance and related study determining whether or not the project's performa feasibility were actually adequate and reasonable based on the authority loan request. KMA presented its analysis in a project review memorandum and concluded it was warranted. Staff also made a comparable to a recent approval that was provided to a separate community, Vitalia, and it was in line with that request of UHC's $41,100 per unit request that is being requested tonight. Staff is available for any questions, as well as the representatives for Urban Housing Communities. They are in attendance via Zoom, as well as our planning staff if the authority board would like a summary of the project.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with any public comments. And I see none, so I will go to questions from the council, please. Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. This is my shortcoming, and because I didn't quite understand. The total project is around, I think, $102 million, and there are various sources of funding as indicated in your report. I'm not clear as to where the proposed, $7 million loan comes into play. You mentioned, is it the catalyst to getting other funding? How does it work? Why are we getting involved?
That is correct. It is a catalyst to assist the developer in completing the gap. Although they are seeking for the SIDLAC, the 4% tax bonds, they are also seeking federal and state tax credits. And they have actually already received 44 vouchers from the County of Riverside Housing Authority as a project based. So they have already obtained those. They're seeking additional. But with our commitment, they would be able to seek that additional project vouchers, as well as completing the financial gap with SIDLAC, as they do want to see partnering from other sources, including usually city, but in this case, it would be the housing authority.
Perfect. And the loan wouldn't be actually funded, I noted, until all financing is in place.
That is correct, as they would have to meet that condition as well as whatever other conditions we place.
Thank you.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question, I guess, ties in some of these issues in terms of securing funding. I know that for, I think it was the Vitalia project, by dedicating a certain number of units for veterans that qualified for additional funding. Have any of these programs been explored, or a way to dedicate an allotment for veterans?
I actually will defer that question to our developer, Mark Bigley, please.
Hi. Yes, good evening, everyone. To answer that question very briefly, is we have looked at those. The only difference is when we start bringing in some veteran housing funding, that requires some additional resources, but additional operating expenses for social services, case study services, and things like that, which would increase some of the gap on the operating side, if that makes sense. So in this instance, we're focusing the development to families, which is why we're seeking project-based vouchers from the county to supplement the request that's before you today.
Are there other questions?
I have a follow-up question. Are there any potential additional funding that could supplement or relieve that gap? I know for a fact that this is an issue that became very prevalent. I know that our project, or the city's project, got a lot of attention in other circles because of that veterans allotment. So I'm wondering, in all of the creative trees that you're going to shake for money to fall out, is there additional ways to really sell that and say, we're going to house veterans and we need a little more, or where can you direct us to get this, because veteran housing is a priority?
Sure. We've looked at other sources. I might be dancing around the exact question you have, but in terms of other sources, we've looked at those. For example, the multifamily housing program run by the state. The problem there is this particular site doesn't qualify, or not qualify, score as highly as some other projects would. So we wouldn't receive that allocation of funding. I'm sorry, does that answer your question? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I have one. This is like totally from being a mom. Do these units have laundry facilities in them?
No, they're not laundry facilities in the units, but we have 3 laundry facilities around the site. So I'm sure you guys have seen the map. It's a pretty expansive site.
I'm looking at it. I only saw 2. That's why I'm asking for this number of of units to only have 2 laundry facilities. Is there another one I'm not?
So are the two that you're looking at the one that is in the east and the west side?
Yes,
Is that right? Yep, there's one right in the middle inside the community center.
I see.
Yeah. So we do what we can to pair those laundry facilities with an additional amenity with it. For example, if a mother or father has kids, in one of those laundry facilities, there's a desert garden that they can hang out at with a dog park. At the other one, there is a children's play area with some sensory play for childhood development. And then that one that's in the middle at the community center obviously has the pool, the tot lot, some game rooms on the inside with it.
I just have to ask more. How many washers and dryers are in there?
I think there should be about 10 washers and dryers per, with one ADA accessible washer, because they're double stacked. So washer, dryer, and then one of them accessible for ADA purposes.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions?
What is your definition of sensory play? I'd never heard somebody specifically mention that they were building sensory play into a community. And as an autism auntie, I want to have an idea of what that is so that I can share the innovations we've got here.
Sure, great question. So our design team has been looking into a lot of research for kind of early childhood development. A lot of it is there's a splash circuit that's going in, so a lot of ability to create water fountains, water slides, things like that, as well as sand, and then sand, yes. And I can get some spec sheets if you guys want to look at those as well for you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Thank you. If all goes well, when would you be under construction?
We would break ground in May of next year.
Wow.
So May 23. We want
Can't
to
wait.
Yeah.
Can't
Wow.
wait. Thank you.
That's an impressive timeline. Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, comments? Yes, Councilmember Kelly.
Mr. Bigley, thank you for bringing us this project. It does appear to be very well thought out, and it fits beautifully with our city goals and objectives for housing. So thank you. That's my comment.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Thank you. I would echo the comments from my colleague and also add that this is not a giveaway, this is a loan. And so that means it may take a little while, but within 57 years, we'll replenish the housing fund and get to do this all over again, I hope. And with that, I gratefully move for approval of staff recommendation.
Before I second that, I was wondering if we can go back to the mayor's comment. I am concerned also with the laundry access. They are a little far away. And when I lived in apartments, again, you may not be right back in time to get your clothes, and people are waiting and it gets frustrating. Is there a way to increase that? Because I think that 10 machines inside 3 buildings with that many apartments and how many residents that will be, I'm thinking that may not be enough.
I'm happy to look at that as well as put more in those facilities. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, I'm happy to look at how much more we can stack in there, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Great, and thank you, because I'm so happy to see places for families to be in Palm Desert, and this is great. And just want to make sure that they have really as good a quality of living as possible.
Thank you for bringing up the mayor laundry, and now I second Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla. Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great. Okay, we'll go to M, consideration of a request from Palm Desert Area Chamber of Commerce for sponsorship of 4 signature events for 2022-2023 fiscal year, in the total amount of $38,500 plus $15,000 in-kind services. Who will give us that staff report?
I will. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council. Eric Seha, Director for Economic Development. So in preparation of the city budget, the City Council did allocate $21,000 for sponsorship of Palm Desert Area Chamber of Commerce events. At that time, we hadn't had a formalized request with a breakdown for each one of those events. So that's what we were able to budget at that time. Since then, Palm Desert has come, or the Chamber of Commerce has come back and asked for $38,500 and some additional in-kind services for the golf cart parade. They are here today seeking that request. And in order for the city to accommodate that, another $17,500 need to be allocated from our unobligated general fund reserves. So this would be sponsorship for the city's State of the City, the Business Awards and Installation Program, the golf cart parade, as well as the Peace Officer and Public Safety Awards that the Palm Desert Area Chamber of Commerce hosts. With that, that's my report, and the chamber is also on the line for this request.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll start with any public comments at this time. And I see none, so we'll go right to questions from council. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Kelly, please.
Well, since Mr. Klein has joined the meeting, I don't want him to feel neglected. So I will ask if you can fill us in on plans for the golf cart parade this year, how you might be aiming for that to evolve from recent experiences before the pandemic.
That would be my pleasure. I did prepare a little bit of a brief for council. I also have our interim CEO, John Sloan, who's been a part of this entire meeting. So we're hanging in with you guys till the wee hours of the night. And I thank you for getting us on the agenda. John, do you want to just say a quick hello before I go into my very quick presentation, as we are at the late hour?
I certainly would. I appreciate that. Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable City Council members. My name's John Sloan. I am the current interim CEO for the Palm Desert Area Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to thank Todd Heilman and Eric Seha for working with us to get to the point of presenting to the City Council. And I also want to thank the City Council for your service and attention to the Chamber. You know, like many businesses coming out of COVID, we've had our challenges in maintaining and growing our business. And we knew we needed a strong plan of action. A couple of weeks ago, the Board of Directors had its annual retreat and buckled down with enthusiasm putting together a plan that included annual events calendar with structured committees to assist with each of the events, similar to what we did with the State of the City. We've also strengthened the process of finding new chamber members, and I'm appreciative of our board members, Ray Rodriguez of Casuelas Casay and Cork Tree, as well as Patrick Klein with the Gardens and El Paseo for their diligence, past experience, and their insight as past board members and chairmen of the board for helping put together the future plans for the chamber. Both of these men are obviously no stranger to the City Council. And now I'm going to turn it right back over to Patrick Klein.
Thanks, John. Very well said. So as it relates to, I'm assuming council is familiar with the four events that are on the table that we're seeking support with. The standout being the golf cart parade, because it's the biggest undertaking, has the biggest financial outlay. It is also in turn the biggest revenue generator from a major event standpoint for the Chamber of Commerce. But I mean, it's a signature event. It will be this year celebrating 58 years in the city of Palm Desert. So the golf cart parade committee has been meeting since February. So, I mean, it has been our mission to have this event one way or another, to have another great parade and bring it back out of hiatus after 2 years of being dormant. So we've been meeting since February. We've got a very hard-working committee. We put in, I would argue to say, hundreds of hours of volunteer work in addition to what the chamber staff has been doing to start laying down the foundations and the structure of this year's event. So in addition to the tried and true blueprint that we have for the event, which many of you have already seen before, and again, the core of the event is golf cart, decorated golf cart floats. But there's so much more to it. And so this year, we're putting a major, heavy, hard focus on valley-wide school representation. His name is escaping me now, but Sean Webb, thank you, is helping to lead us on that charge. He is one of our committee members, so he's spearheading that. Paula Simons from the Y is also taken, she's served on this committee before, but she's really taken a leading role on this year's event as well. We have Vanessa from the city, who also is dedicating a lot of her time, city time, mind you, on helping to make sure that this event goes without a hitch. And we're looking at, in addition to valley-wide school representation, live pre-parade entertainment and music performances. We've had pre-parade entertainment before, but we're looking to elevate this year by having a stage that's situated on El Paseo, in or around the median, in front of the gardens on El Paseo, that will be a live rockin' performance the hour prior to the kickoff of the parade. We, of course, have a very, very intriguing Grand Marshal who is recently inducted into the Hall of Fame, NFL Hall of Fame, Tom Flores. And then, of course, all the traditional other elements, such as the senior section that hosts up to 300 of our seniors at no cost and provides them with quality seating, good lunch. We're going to have the 29 Palms Marine Band leading out the parade procession, working with Jerry Martin from El Paseo Cruise Night to do another classic car show. This would be the second time we would be featuring that element, and a whole lot more that will go along with it. So it'll be a lot of the traditional elements in addition to some new flavors that we'll introduce. But by God, it's been 2 years since we've had this event, along with really all of the other major events that were included in the sponsorship request packet that we're looking to bring back this fiscal year. And we all know COVID just, it did a number on so many businesses in the community, but the chamber was no exception. And truly, we went from an organization that lives on physical interaction with its business members to having to go to this operation of distance interaction and support of our business members, while meanwhile going into crisis mode on expense management. And we've eased, I would almost say almost too cautiously, but we've eased into getting back to doing events, starting with some breakfasts and some mixers, and those are well attended and going well. We've got to get back to these big events, because these big events, next to our annual membership revenue that we get, is the second biggest bloodline of revenue for the organization, and is so important. So with that said, we're humbly requesting the sponsorship package that we presented herein, and would be forever grateful if we could earn your support for this year. The one other benefit I just wanted to point out is that this is an overarching partnership, an overarching sponsorship ask from the city of Palm Desert. So the other benefit is it eliminates the need for the chamber as well as the city to go through multiple petitions for support and sponsorship throughout the calendar year. So that said, I'm happy to answer any questions. I believe Ray Rodriguez hung in with us too, and I don't know if he's been elevated or not to answer any questions, but fire away. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you. I almost feel we owe you an apology for keeping you up, but okay.
Hey, listen, I got to hear about El Paseo courtesy carts and the fact that you guys are inching into the waters of like an app Uber-based technology. I've been asking for that for 3 or 4 years now, so that's great.
I know you'll be bringing that back to the board. They'll be happy to hear it.
Yes,
Councilmember Quintanilla, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am very excited to hear that all of the buzz is rolling, and I'm super happy to hear that the legendary Mr. Tom Flores is still on board. And with all of that excitement, the community has been waiting for this. Yeah. What is your projected attendance? Because yes, it's great to have all these activities as have been there before, but are you allotting, or how much of a cushion for the fact that people are eager for this after having been canceled 2 years?
Well, the name Tom Flores alone and the concept that we have of, so we're partnering with La Quinta Brewing Company, and I'm working with them on doing a La Quinta Brewing Company like beer wrap that is a commemorative Tom Flores type of beer wrap. So that automatically is going to get people to come out to the event, buy that beer can, and then have it signed by Tom Flores, who has agreed to sign autographs. So much like when we had 2019, I think Steve Garvey who came out.
Yeah.
That alone was a huge event. We had people coming out from Los Angeles in order to get their Steve Garvey signed memorabilia. The parade itself has vacillated from, I would say, as low as 5,000 people in attendance to as high as 10,000 plus in attendance. Our expectations are no less than 7,500, but because of the pent up excitement of seeing this event come back, not only from just our general community base and our seniors, but also the schools. I mean, the schools are really excited about this as well. From what we're hearing early on, we're going to see this become like a welcome back to season and welcome back to our traditional community events, and we're hoping we get a turnout like no other.
Thank you. And my final question is, how do I sign up to be number one in that line for Mr. Flores?
That we can work in. Now, one of the elements of the city sponsorship is I believe you get 4 golf carts as entries. So as it relates to the procession, where you fall in the procession, we're going to have to do a lottery for that one.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to remind you, by the way, Patrick, that Steve Garvey was also a San Diego Padre.
Oh,
and I'm sure there were plenty of San Diego fans that came up to the parade. Listen, seriously, I do want to start by thanking you and John, Ray, and all the others that have just hung in there for the chamber. It's been swimming upriver, uphill struggle, but you guys never gave up. And I think we're all pulling for your success and turn things around and reach the potential that we know is there. You know, we're talking about how big this year's golf cart parade can be. And it kind of reminds me that creates opportunities. I noted that from a fundraising standpoint, outside of the city's support, you're expecting maybe 30,000 in donations. The city would be 25 plus 15 in kind, so about 40. My gosh, I mean, with Kraken out there, with others, with this kind of event, I believe me, been there, done that. I've walked in your shoes, so I know it's easier said than done. But have you fully explored greater sponsorship opportunities, especially with that kind of visibility?
That's exactly part of the we presented to you guys the budget as well, and that takes into account the recurring sponsors we've had, as well as a stretch goal for those very types of businesses that we hope will sponsor.
Well, I hope you'll turn over more stones. I think there's, businesses are healthy again and looking for an opportunity to partner with the city, with the chamber, and I hope you'll find success there. I'm not saying that's a condition of giving. I'm just saying that I think there's an opportunity for the chamber there where you can double that bottom line.
And Patrick, did you mention about the Golf Channel?
Oh, no, you know what, I didn't, because I haven't heard the latest on that as it relates to where things went since I passed them off to you. But you go, please elaborate, John.
Well, the Golf Channel is looking at doing a piece about Palm Desert and local businesses with respect to the golf industry. And that would be another great opportunity for us to get visibility.
Since we're talking about visibility, we also we just executed a trade agreement with KMIR and their network to do a heavy television advertising promotion the month prior to the event. So it will definitely get the city of Palm Desert in the local headlights as well as national headlights as well.
Well, coming back to my point, I think greater visibility creates greater opportunity for sponsorships because the two work hand in hand. And my final comment, we want the event itself to go right. And we've all experienced, some of the years where there's been like long lags of no activity or a lack of, music or a lack of, the physical dancing and whatever. I mean, I hope you will focus on whether you hire a consultant. I don't know if you've considered that, but just to kind of get it right and get the parade back on track where people will look forward to coming back the following year.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thanks again.
Thanks, Abby.
Are there any other questions? I think we kind of blurred into comments as well. So are there any additional comments? Okay, so yes, Councilmember Kelly.
I want to thank all of the chamber representatives, including, it looks like Aaron Sullivan has also lasted with us for the duration here. Thank you and staff for working so meticulously to try to bring a solid proposal to us. I, for one, am prepared to approve it. I want to give you a chance to comment, Mayor, but I think a lot of time has gone into refining this proposal. I'm on board.
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Yeah, if that's a motion, I will gladly second it. And I again want to thank the individuals here representing the chamber and the chamber itself for your continuing collaboration with the city. You've always made it a point and a goal to work closely with the city to meet our needs and to work together to promote our local economy and our local businesses. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Savvy.
Okay, and you do get an endurance award. I see Sullivan and Rodriguez and all the rest of you for hanging in there tonight. So we do have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla.
Enthusiastic.
Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Appreciate it.
Goes to show you the value of strength in numbers.
Okay.
Have a great night, everyone.
Oh, and you too. Thanks for hanging in with us. Okay, we will go to N, establish and fund the Invest Palm Desert Economic Development Incentive Program, and who will be giving us a staff report.
I am back, Mayor. Give me a second here. I'll share my screen. All right. So the Invest Palm Desert program was adopted in January 2020 and was immediately reprogrammed just a few months later into our Unite Palm Desert program, which provided COVID relief to our business community, a very worthwhile program. We've since the original $2 million that was put into that program, we have about $650,000 left. We'd like to now take those funds and put it back into the Invest Palm Desert program, which is provides 6 incentives for new development, plan check waiver fees, capital improvements, headquarters for high wage businesses that might move in, also some site specific revenue sharing that we can also entertain. There is a formal application process that people would have to go through. It'd be vetted by staff. Ultimately, expenditure of those funds would come back to City Council for final approval. But the programs themselves are really focused within Desert Willow and the University Park area, north of Frank Sinatra, our downtown cores along Highway 111 and El Paseo, including San Pablo, and even our industrial and commercial zones. I mentioned there is a formal application process, but one of the things that would happen is once a project is funded, they'd have to expend those funds in 6 months. And right now we're asking for the $650,000 to come out of Unite Palm Desert into Invest Palm Desert. But as we start to transact properties through the Surplus Land Act, we'll be getting additional monies that would come in to support the Invest Palm Desert program. So that completes my report and answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll first go to any public comment on this. And I see none. So we will go to council questions. Are there any questions? And I also see none of those. How about comments?
May I move to approve?
Yes, you may.
Second,
Thank you. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
sorry, Karina. Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla, Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you. Okay, we've already addressed the first of the public hearings. And we will move to 3B, which is another public hearing. Approve outside agency funding committee recommendations for fiscal year 2022, 2023, community development block grant, parenthetically CDBG, and use of funding and annual action plan for fiscal year 2022, 2023. Okay.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Angel Cardos, and I'm a senior financial analyst in the finance department. With me is Maria Gallegos from Michael Baker International, our CDBG consultant who has been supporting the city with CDBG administration. The item before you this evening represents the Community Development Block Grant recommendations of the Outside Agency Funding Committee following the review of applications for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. This year, the city will receive $394,525 in CDBG funds. Additionally, we are requesting your approval of the city's fiscal year 2022-2023 CDBG action plan, which is to be submitted to HUD upon your approval. We're here to answer any questions you may have regarding the plan and our funding recommendations.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of staff? And okay, no questions. Then I will open the public hearing. And is there anyone who would like to comment during the open public hearing? And I see none. Okay, seeing none, I think we can just go ahead and close that public hearing. And any council comments?
I have a quick comment. I love all of the way that things have been distributed. There's so many wonderful causes that applied for funding, and it must not have been easy at all to decide who gets what amount of so many great causes. So thank you for making that very tough decision and bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly, did you have any comments?
The committee, and welcome to your first council meeting.
Yeah,
thank you.
Brilliantly done. So I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a, and we have a second, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Jonathan,
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Quintanilla, Mayor Harnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Great, thank you. Okay, that concludes our meeting. Is there any unfinished business whatsoever? Okay, seeing none, this meeting stands adjourned, and hopefully our next meeting will be in council chambers. Please take care.
Good night, everyone.
Stay healthy and watch your water intake.
Meeting adjourned 8:32 p.m.